Hello, everyone, and welcome to another horrific review. Flea and I are back as we discuss Paranoia Agent, created by Satoshi Kon. A social phenomena is caused in Mushishiano, Tokyo, by a juvenile serial assailant named Little Slugger. And that's about as much sense as this thing's going to make. We nearly didn't start the stream. We were starting trying to wrap our heads how we're going to talk about this one. It's similar to Paprika. I can see the similarities between this and Paprika.
Another Satoshi Kon.
Yep. Except Paprika was condensed into a movie.
Do you think Paranoia Agent would have been better as a movie rather than a 13-episode series?
Yes. Yes, I do, actually.
It's not just me. That's all right. I believe a lot of people who have seen this said it would have been better as a movie.
You can see right about because we had to put this back a week because I was absolutely shattered. And also I got to like episode 7. And you know me, I can rattle through these in a day or two. I got to episode 7 of this, and my brain was shutting down and not able to take it in because the plot was just going off like other places. And I honestly thought it was just me being mentally exhausted and not taking anything in.
No, it's like the plot's there. It's a good plot. It's just like we were saying before we started. There's so much else happening and so many new characters coming in that it just dilutes the plot to the point where you can't even taste it anymore.
And then I have like a wrap up of the last 2 episodes. So yeah, there's about 4 episodes in this that could just not be here.
I still say the last 2 episodes like from a totally different anime, and they put them in here by mistake. They've just got the same characters in them.
Talking about, I suppose I'll go through the main characters because there's like the description says, it's a phenomenon in an area of Tokyo. So basically, what they're doing is saying how this the appearance of Little Slugger affects everybody and blah blah blah. So instead of just focusing on the main characters in this, it goes through the whole town and we just go all over the place. It's all. But anyway, Tsukiko Sagi is the main character in this. She is a graphics artist who created Moromi, like a anime dog or something. It's
supposed to be a pink dog.
Yeah, and was the first victim of Little Slugger. We've got Kichi Ikari, basically an older burnt-out detective who's trying to solve this case. Which is another thing about this movie is the police resources that are put into this is ridiculous.
Yeah.
You've got Mitsuhiro Manawa, is it? Manawa.
We'll go with that. It's close enough.
Yeah. He's the younger detective who's still sort of wet behind the ears and idealistic about the world, but has an imagination. So
he may be the best sidekick ever.
Yeah, but once again, he had a whole story that went off in one, and you're like, that's another movie or another series in itself.
They could have made 3 movies out of this.
Yeah. We'll have Masami Hirakawa, who's essentially a pervert. He's a reporter, freelance reporter who also happens to be like
that explains the pervert. That explains characters. The pervert. What do you mean? He's the star of the show. He's great.
Yeah, he's once again that he could be his own series.
Don't give them ideas. Can you imagine? But it could. It's like if you had a series just based on him, it'd be no matter how serious it got, it'd be a laugh a minute.
Do you know what summer? No, do you remember Bad Lieutenant? Or as the Yanks say, Lieutenant? Wasn't Nicolas Cage in that one?
I don't.
No, wasn't it? It was somebody. It was Nick Nolte or somebody.
Oh, that probably explains it then. Yeah.
Right.
No, I don't know it. No.
It's like a crime thriller about basically a band copper, and he goes through this sort of. $1992. Was Harvey Keitel? I don't know him. Neo
I've heard
Noir
of, I've
drama.
heard of Harvey Keitel.
He's basically a band cop,
Yeah,
and he does like a load of gnarly shit. What was it brings him? Yeah, he's just yeah, he's a bank cop. He goes and he steals like stuff from drug dealers and all their product, and yeah, and it's just him down this spiral until he reaches a point. But anyway, that's Mitsuhiro. That he's the bad lieutenant of anime. He would a series like that, like one of them noir sort of things, would be perfect for him.
the worst. I'm neither going to confirm or deny that. You'll find out for yourself.
Yeah.
But I just love him as a character. His character is like he's just like a blob of grease.
Yeah. And the way he's drawn as well, like amazing. Then we've got Taiko Hirakawa, who's Masami's daughter, and we'll get to her later. She sort of randomly appears, but then her backstory is like, oh god, right.
It's like it's Elf and Night all over again, isn't it?
Yeah. It's slightly worse. Then we have Grandpa. And this is where I thought this was like he starts off, he's drawing equations, and I was thinking Donnie Darko
kind of thing. Yeah, I can see that. Yeah.
Especially later on, you can sort of see the with the time travel and stuff. Then we'll have Grandma, who's basically she's a homeless lady.
She fundamental to the plot. Even though she disappeared at like the end of episode 1, she's fundamental to the plot as far as Lil Slugger's first attack is concerned. Because that's what kind of like pops the plot back open and enables them to like finish the series.
Yeah, but the fact that she disappears for a few episodes, then randomly comes back, and then goes off on her own story arc. It's like what the hell?
Yeah, it's like I say, every single character has their own episode, and the fact that every single character gets their own episode is just there to make you forget what the show is about.
But he did this a bit with Paprika as well, so I'm wondering if that's his. It's like to me, Perfect Blue. I knew where it was. I knew what was happening.
Yeah, Perfect Blue was like a fairly straightforward story from A to B with a few really interesting plot twists.
Yeah, but even if you never picked up the plot twist, it was still an enjoyable. You can enjoy the movie at surface level, and then if you want, you can go deeper. Paprika, you needed to be paying attention right about the middle of the movie.
Paprika got weird towards the end, didn't it?
Yeah, a bit like this.
Paranoia Agent just starts off weird and doesn't care. Right.
Now we've got the last two characters before we get into the episode. Obviously, with Little Slugger himself, the whole focus of this series. A kid with a golden baseball bat and rollerblades who goes around randomly beating people. And finally, then we've got Maromi, who's Sakiko's creation, which is important because this whole thing's about Maromi being an icon or like plushies and songs and animation and basically like a Pokemon or something.
It's
Hello Kitty. It's like Hello Kitty, isn't it?
Oh God. Oh, you went Hello Kitty. Damn it. Yeah. It's just kind of like a phenomena that's taken over Japan because it's so amazing and everybody loves it so much. And she's got to come up with like and the next big thing.
Which I'm sorry, we'll get to that because you're a studio. You're making all this money, like ridiculous amounts of just people throwing money at you from one product, and you've only got one creator, not a team at this stage to think of the next one.
I think that like the other women in the office are all the other people in the office are also creators, but it's almost like the guy, the editor, the guy in charge, has slapped all the weight for the next creation fairly on Tsukiko's shoulders. It's like, you're going to do this. You did the last amazing thing. You're going to do the new amazing thing.
And it
And
never works
everybody,
that way.
yeah, but everybody else is just bitching behind their back because it's the only thing it's the only thing she's ever done while she's been there. We don't know how long she's been there, but it's the only thing she's ever done. And if it was anybody else, they'd have been kicked out by now.
Yeah. Yeah, there's an interesting one towards the end about somebody that should have been sacked from the beginning, but
Yeah, it's like work hard.
yeah. But yeah, we start off with a scene and everyone's going about and they're just shirking responsibility, like they're goofing off on their phones and stuff. And honestly, I think this is I think we were talking about how this is Japanese culture and
It's
how it
it,
doesn't translate.
it's it's a pretty good analogy for modern culture. Everybody's just standing there with the earplugs in, staring at their phones. They're next to each other, but they may as well be in instead like standing next to each other on the train. They may as well be in separate compartments
Yeah.
because
However,
they're all in like their own little bubble and ignoring everything else.
to me, that's horror. That's like a horror
Mm,
story for Japan that they become so
mm,
westernized. Because Japan's an interesting one. You know what I mean? They've obviously been under the
mm.
influence of the Americans ever since the end of the Second World War,
I know the poor things, right?
but they've still got their own culture as well. And the two have been button heads
Yeah.
still to today. And honestly, them basically becoming Americans, you know, going around going, hey, I'm not giving a toss and not having their honor code or work ethic. To me, that's the horror story being told
Mm.
here. That it's not Japan anymore. It's not Tokyo.
I think I think that is a problem. I think that's a problem that's worrying Japan. It's why they keep closing more and more places off to like foreign tourists to keep them Japanese.
But you can understand.
I understand it. I understand it perfectly. They're a very private people. I mean, think about it. They're one of the most highly advanced nations in the world. Most of its workers sit in front of computers working every day. But during one weekend in the year, everybody goes home so that they can like celebrate their ancestors and go to some shrine that sat there for 1,000 years and pray for them.
Mm-hmm.
It's kind of like it's this weird juxtaposition of ancient and modern. And I actually think that exists in Paranoia Agent because Lil Slugger is
He's a manifestation. That becomes really apparent
yeah.
after like an
Thank
episode
you.
or two.
That manifestations and things like that are very important to the Japanese psyche. It's like you'll find no end of stories where like it's like samurais who've been kicked out by their lord have gotten up and found out that their lord's been murdered by this monster that they've conjured up from their imagination, or a woman has been beaten by her husband and her husband gets killed by another manifestation that's come out of her sight.
Mm-hmm.
It's it's like the creature from the id. And it's like it's very ingrained in like Japanese culture. And I do like the way they bring it out into like a modern setting in Paranoia Agent. I just wish they did it in a way that was way more understandable and easier to watch.
Once again, I think we've talked about this as well. I don't mind if I don't understand something because of culture.
Yeah.
I don't like when I don't understand something because a plot has been thought through. That's where I have an issue, you know, that it's a plot hasn't been thought through, or just lazy writing and there's no actual story. I think why I didn't just gloss over this, because I could have just glossed over and went blah blah blah, this is crap, didn't understand it. But the reason I wanted to take that extra week to actually go back is because I knew there was a story there.
It's
And obviously being familiar with Satoshi Kon's work,
yeah,
he's not lazy person that just pumps stuff out. You know, he's very thoughtful, and he has a theme of warped reality and mental breakdowns. You know,
Yeah.
that's definitely the theme of Paprika and Perfect Blue. Just with Paprika, it was a device that was causing it, but it was still the same thing. Perfect Blue, it was psychosis.
Yes.
This is almost hinting at supernatural,
Yeah. Yeah.
which, like I said, I was just getting. I wanted to be sure that it wasn't me missing things.
So I tell you, I watched this. I watched this last week. There's no way I was watching it again this week.
No, I only finished it today. The last four
This
episodes
is it.
I
Right.
finished this
Right.
morning, by lunchtime, and I was like,
it's got some really good episodes in it. It's got a lot of really good scenes in it, but it's the kind of show that you want to put at least a year between watch throughs. I think
yeah, it's a brain twister.
it requires more mental gumption than I'm prepared to spare.
Hmm.
But yeah, but apparently, from what I've been reading up on it, it's like after Satoshi Kon made 3 films: Perfect Blue, Millennium Actress, and Tokyo Godfathers. He after he'd like written and directed these 3 films, he got so many unused ideas for stories left over. He didn't. They weren't good enough to fit into any of the things he really wanted to do, but he didn't want to waste the material. So he decided to recycle it all. It became Paranoia Agent.
I can see that. This is almost like a short story connection.
Yeah.
What he didn't do was the threads need to be stronger.
Yeah. There's only I mean, if you think about it, there's only one distinct thread that links. Well, no, it doesn't even link all of the episodes. Well, no, it does. It appears everywhere. The only thing that links all the episodes together is Lil Slugger. I mean, not even the fact that a lot of them contain exactly the same characters is enough to give them any kind of cohesive plot in it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's I mean that was the difficult bit. But anyway, we'll go to the first episode. Enter Little Slugger. We said this is going to either be 20 minutes or 5 hours.
It's like, yeah,
it could go either way here. But yeah, the whole fact that everyone's just goofing off on that, and it really does feel like everyone's under a spell or doesn't care. I don't care. They're saying that, and to me that is. For Japanese culture, for what I understand of it, that is a
yeah.
horror. Of it
I've
actually.
got to think that first scene though is like where everyone's just standing there ignoring each other. It is so representative. It's representative of modern society. What 20 years ago when this appeared, it's representative of modern society right now, and it's not got any better.
No.
It's like it's just people in their own bubbles ignoring everything else around them.
And then that's why people are angsty and angry and are prone to cults and religions because they need something to make themselves feel bigger than what they are, and then they jump on any bandwagon because their lives are empty. You can't replace carnality with a digital screen.
No, you can't.
You need to go feel the breath. You need to go feel the wind in your face. You need to actually this phrase has come out lately, which I quite appreciate, is touch grass.
Yes.
You need to touch grass. I like that phrase because it does mean that, just get out and go hug a tree or something. Just actually be in the moment.
Just like push your desk chair just back a little bit further so you can see out the window and see the sky and the sun.
No, but actually leave the house and go out and get away and
don't leave
carry
the
your
house.
phone. Leave it and actually spend an hour or two just being present in the world. But that's what I mean. People are it's like drug addicts, they're too far gone.
Yeah. People are just like so tied up in their own little knot of their life that they can't see beyond. They can't see the big picture.
But poor Sukiko, she's sitting in this, anime sweatshop, and the producer's on to her, right? Have you made the next thing yet? And she's just sitting like stick drawings, going, no.
I've got to be quite honest. I can draw better than that. It's
But was it deliberate? Because this isn't badly drawn, but I've
I
noticed that they use bad drawings or like really simple drawings to try and make a point.
I actually the point that they're trying to make here is the fact that she isn't as skilled as their superiors think she is.
Mm-hmm.
Because she says several times that I've got my hero on my mind. Oh well, she said several times that like the success was just a fluke.
Which,
And
once again, the whole fact that the studio doesn't have a backup plan,
that's kind of scary, isn't it?
it just okay. You did the last thing. That could be their entire creative process. Burnt out. Really, when you've drawn the character of Romy the dog, what else? What has she been sitting doing?
Nothing. That's why nobody likes her. But it's kind of like
Do you know what I mean?
it's like
That's
Sakiko
fine.
created
The initial
Moromi,
concept, but
the Moromi, the dog that everyone loves. Now she's going to create our next big thing, and everybody's really excited. And there's news articles and television interviews, and she just kind of sits there and kind of looks completely out of it and phased.
that's another thing about the time. I mentioned about the timeline in this. You'd almost think she'd been sitting like here for years. This has been done. But as the series goes on, this is like a brand new phenomenon. They're still making the merchandise from it. It's just a craze that's happened.
It's like we were saying.
I think when at the time, how long has she been sitting there at that desk? Has it been a month? Has it been a week? Has it been a year?
It doesn't say. I mean, it doesn't say, does it?
No, and that's what you can't hold on to. You don't
But
know how long she's been sitting here like
yes,
this.
there is. I mean, if there is no the only timeline is that there is no there is no timeline of events. It doesn't it doesn't give you any dates. There isn't really passing of time in it.
No, and that's the problem.
Yeah, so it's like you say, it could be. I mean, the entire series, the 13 episodes, it could be over a number of days, it could be over weeks, it could be years. It's one of the things that kind of like washes the plot out a bit. The fact that there's no individual episodes seem to have like a sense of urgency behind them, but the series itself just kind of like crawls along at a snail pace.
Yeah, it was very I said very, very strange. And like I said, that's where I struggled, especially after coming up the halfway point of this.
I've got to be honest. The first time I tried to watch this, I gave up episode 5. Episode 5, where it was just kind of like, nope, I'm not going to watch this anymore.
I can see that. Yeah.
It is a really, really hard series to get into because it's so much of it just doesn't make sense.
Mm-hmm.
I see Chris is here. We ought to make him watch this to see how many series he could come up with.
Oh god, there'd be one every
Can you
an episode.
it's only one.
Yeah, each episode, at least 2. Because honestly, and you wouldn't be wrong. That's the thing, because this literally goes anywhere and everywhere at once, and sort of remind you, oh, that's right, we better go back to the main plot. Oh, there is one, is there?
That sleazy reporter turns up. Good God, I'd forgotten he existed.
Yeah.
Who's the girl with big forehead? Oh, it's her again.
She's come back to the car park as well, and like she drops her drawings, and they're like, oh,
they're kind of like they're almost like the drawings of a young child.
Which I think is relevant because that gets revealed later on that they were from drawings she'd done as a child.
Yeah.
But once again, how does that go from concept of here's my little stick drawing to actually marketed and made into products? that an entire country, or even if it's just a city, went mad for. That to the point that there's balloons above the buildings,
It
and it
like it
has a
goes
there's a Moromi celebration day.
it goes. I'd kill for one of those balloons though. It goes through a lot of different people's hands, and then it goes to marketing, and marketing will be like, make it a bit rounder, and it'll go back, and they'll go through the hands. Once she's actually once Tsukiko's created the concept, she may never see it again until the final version comes out, which might be nothing like what she drew.
Which is why I don't understand everything's hanging on her
Yeah,
creating the next
everything's
concept.
hanging on her. It's like no one can act without her creating it. I mean, yeah, there's no way they can't have some kind of backup plan. There's no way they can't have some kind. But be the fact everybody's rushing her and they want to get it done as soon as possible, and you've got like her editor making like not so low key threats at her in a later episode to get
Mm,
just do the damn thing. You think they'd have some kind of like backup plan ready, developed, and there and ready to be
yeah.
released.
I'll go back to Hello Kitty. They give it a new hat or a new outfit.
Mm-mm. Yeah.
Or what do you call it? You know, like the Cindy and Barbie dolls. Like
Yes.
it's essentially the same doll, but they give it a new outfit.
Instead of being regular Barbie, it's let's go riding Barbie with a riding
Yeah.
hat. That's all they have to do. It's like let's take Maromi, give it an umbrella and like a southwester kind of thing, and a pair of Wellington boots. Rainy day Maromi. Boom, there we go. I've saved her the problems.
Yeah, this is where I'm just going, what? And the fact that if this company's making so much money from this one thing, well, it's still in the sweatshop.
That's just it. But it's like we're watching there, but like if someone in Japan is watching this, they'll be like, yep, I can relate to that. Yep, I know exactly what's going on there. Over in the West, we're just kind of like, what? What is
Yeah,
going
that might be the whole crux of this.
on?
It's not meant for us, but once
Yeah,
again, I don't want everything to be for us.
it it's a great it's like if it's a great insight into like the Japanese mindset.
Yeah, and this is where I'm against the
Mm,
homogenization of art. You know, I don't want
mm.
everything to be a beige sludge of, oh, it must be made for me
Yeah, that's it. I
to
mean,
relate to me and my culture. No, the
yeah,
whole point of looking at different cultures is
yeah.
this,
It's like
oh, that makes no
most
sense. I wonder what that's
most
about.
most anime that comes out these days fits perfectly. It's like you can sit down, you can watch it, you know exactly what's going on, exactly why, you know the feelings behind it. Something like this, we haven't got a chance.
But then
It's
that makes to me that makes me curious.
curious enough to watch it again.
Not right away.
I tell you, you need at
Not
least a
right
year
away.
between.
That's
It's
I think I need spin-offs
mm,
with
yeah.
more explanation or articles or something.
That's it. It's like
This would make me
half
want to read articles.
yeah,
Honestly,
half.
if it
I'm trying to think. Let me check. Paranoia. Oops, that's not how you spell paranoia.
you know the underlying theme, or they could say a culture or a practice, a cultural practice or something, or um a mythological creature, or just drop little hints.
Yeah. Do you know the
There's
worst
about
thing?
50 characters in this, and
It,
they're all given main plots, which is mental.
so I've just checked. I wasn't sure because I was thinking like maybe it would make more sense if there was like a readable version of it, a manga, a novel. There isn't. The only place Paranoia Agent existed is the anime, and the inside is Satoshi Kon's head.
No chance in.
There's no manga, there's no novel version of it.
Hmm.
This is all we have.
But not even a direct
Hmm,
novel. But like I said, okay, this is the Japanese think this, or like we're talking about, the fear of
hmm.
Japan becoming modern westernized.
Yeah,
That's a genuine fear, and it's been brought out. Little discussion points like that. We're only guessing, but it makes me curious, wanting to know, and that's what art, I guess, does. as well as give you a headache. But it makes you curious. Go, what the hell is the mindset? What is the underlying thing? It obviously doesn't relate to me because it's not my fear. So we need to, because it's drawn and the characters are done well enough. That's the thing.
Honestly, it's really well animated. It's like it's not. It
Should
doesn't.
these have just been individual little stories, like an anthology?
I I think they should have been they should have been. It's like there should be like so I mentioned it earlier from another anime before we started. What this series lacks is a timestamp.
Mm-hmm.
It's like there's an I mentioned it. There's an anime where it's like it's episodic. Each individual episode is its own story, but they're set in a timeline, and there is an event that happens in every single episode which places it on that timeline,
Mm-hmm.
and the things that happen after it. Paranoia Agent, right from the beginning, needs that. It needs some kind of like event that made the news, or something that you can see happening in the background to place the episode.
Mm-hmm.
Because it's like we mentioned like the timeline, and how in certain episodes it's almost like you're going forwards or backwards in time. There's nothing to signify that. I think that's one of the things. I mean, that's one of the things that is so confusing about Paranoia Agent.
Mm-hmm. But
I'm not saying that I'm bad, because people tell me it's art, but like all art, I don't understand this picture.
it's
It's just
and if there is some pretentious dickhead who's like, well, you
Mm.
just don't understand. Well, fuck you. No, that's fine. That's why there's
Mm.
not just one book or one song or what I mean. Art's different, but like I said, if it's a purely cultural thing, we're not going to get it because it's not our culture, and that's okay.
it's
It doesn't
fine.
make me not appreciate it anymore. I don't feel like I'm wasting my time watching this.
No,
'Cause that's the worst thing is if you watch something and feel like you've wasted your time.
there are the series on like any kind of like format where it's like you'll get to the end of it, and you'll be sitting there and you'll be like, what was the point of me watching that?
Pet Shop of Horrors. I kind of felt like I wasted my time with that one.
Pet Shop of Horrors was weird. I was like you. I expected that like the weirdness that went into was all to do with like time or something, or disagreements between the people who were making it. But when you get to the manga, nope, it's exactly the same.
Yeah, to
I'm
me
not
that was
gonna
just no interest in
not
looking
gonna
at
lie,
again.
that did make me quite sad. But then again, I'm sad that there isn't like a manga of this, because I'd love to, if there was, I'd love to find a copy of it and then just spend like a couple of days reading it a couple of times.
Yeah, just to see if there's anything
Because
in there.
without all the movement and the flashy special effects, it's like it will give you more chance to absorb what the story is trying to say.
Mm-hmm. Or not.
Pet Shop of Horrors once again.
Yeah. It's interesting because just before Tsukiko gets attacked, we meet the bag lady, who really looks as if she's about to scale mountains. Like she's some serious kid on her. Full
She
backpack and roll mat and everything.
how strong are her legs?
Oh yeah, that's
Consider
just
she's like the stereotypical Japanese anime woman, so she's like a prune on matchsticks.
mm-hmm.
It is.
Yeah, it has a full bargain. You know what I mean?
It's like it's like she's ready for long distance yomping. She is
Yep.
Jesus. But it's there because she's like it's pretty obvious that Tsukiko is running from something, and she falls over. Damn, does she fall over and then look up and see the bag lady, or does she fall over and she sees the bag lady?
She sees the bag lady and then she hears something behind her. The bag lady startles her. Then she hears something else, then she starts to run, and then we get the music, which is going to become, basically when Little Slugger's about to appear, the sort of theme tune. Then it goes all the cutscenes and stuff. The bag lady goes away. and turns out Sakiko gets attacked.
Yeah, and then she's there lying. She's there, kind of like lying there.
But
I
here's
do like little Slugger as a protagonist, though.
he was wasted. There's
Mm.
there's times it's like once again we're going to unpick what he was, and then it got wasted.
It's like you don't need to unpick who he is because ta-da!
Yeah,
Yeah, it could have there could have been like some slow reveal. It's like slowly piecing together the bits and pieces like a jigsaw to find out what little Slugger really is, instead of just like taking a bucket and go here and dropping it in your lap.
yeah. It's episode 5 that all just goes squirrely. Holy Warrior. We'll get that because
Gotta be quite honest. That is just kind of like a weird episode altogether. But
there's
there are
all
many
sorts
more
of-
very weird episodes in this.
Yeah, which one isn't? You know, I mean, there's no straightforward, even this first one, because the fact is, I know. I'll give an example. We are tortured with scummy kids every day at work, making use of themselves, and the police will do nothing.
Yeah.
We're getting the CCTV requests and all that kind of stuff in, but they're doing nothing. And we have people being literally terrorized, afraid to walk home at night. They're worried about getting followed home. She gets attacked with a baseball bat. Not killed. It's not even a murder or anything up. But she's got 2 detectives on the case. She's got media, and it doesn't look like she's that famous.
She's the creator, and she's going to bring the next huge thing. She right. I get the feeling is
She's sitting on a shitty desk in a sweatshop.
I get the feeling is that because not because of who she is, but because of her creation, she is kind of like a big deal. But she's so withdrawn. She's so detached from reality that it's almost as if she hasn't noticed that she's a big thing, and she can't understand why everybody's pressuring her to create a new creation when she's already got my hero. Damn it. Yeah, she's already created like the little pink dog, which is basically all
Moromi.
she needs.
And the bit where Moromi comes to life and starts talking to her at her desk.
That I think that is pretty significant. Because I actually believe that Moromi, I must remember the name Moromi. I actually believe that Moromi does actually do that in her presence. It's like Calvin and Hobbes. It's kind of like it's like she basically wills him to life. She manifests life in him, which is why he can move things around and pull things across and shift stuff.
Yeah, and that comes more, but on the surface level, this first episode, you're kind of like, what the hell?
It's like, she's a complete and utter mental.
Yeah,
delusional as well.
but the fact then, she's not only caused the police, like a full detective squad essentially, because there's no other crime happening. To me over here that would be, here's your crime reference number, a constable, and then off the walk, never to hear from them again. Nothing we can do, Gov. The fact she's essentially a task force assigned to her.
There is no CCTV footage where it's like, you've given us a really, really bad description. There's nothing we can do. Phone us again if you see him.
I genuinely thought he was going to be the next character.
Who, Little Slugger?
Yeah, I thought she was going to create Little Slugger as a character. And it was almost going to be like she was disrespecting him and
the first time I watched this, after the first episode, I expected like Lil Slugger to become the main character. Like in Hellgirl, Whereas Hell Girl is the main character, although she's often viewed as like a side character because of other people's stories. I thought this was going to be exactly the same thing. That, or I thought that Tsukiko and Lil Slugger were going to become like a crime fighting kind of team because it had that feel about it with the detectives and Kawazu.
Yeah.
I
Because with
just got the
Mikoazo, he chases her down the next day, or it's that because it's the hospital, and yeah, the prophet, grandpa, basically had written the equations in the car park, and he'd written 101, which was her ward, her ward number. And this is how they sort of turned because Kawazu had done something to grandpa, he had knocked him over or whatever, and he's having to pay reparations to the family for his hospital care,
yep.
which then brings him.
That's when we first meet Kawazu, isn't he?
Yeah,
He's arguing with the families over how much money it's going to be, and he's like bowing, and ingratiating himself. He's
which
basically
once again, that's
boot
a
licking in the
100%
worst way
Japanese thing, isn't it?
possible.
We have
Yeah.
no context for that. Because
It's
you'd
an
either get
honor.
done for assault or fined
Yeah.
or, go to court or a civil case. But this idea that you're somehow and we've seen this before, I can't remember which one, but if you do something against somebody, you're then connected with the family. Oh, it was Hell Girl, the baseball one. The boy got accused. Remember, he got accused of pushing the other one over, the boy over, and he
Yes, and his
died.
parents rushing in, apologizing to the parents of the kid
And
who
then there's
died.
some sort of reparations going to have to be paid over. It's almost ritualistic. It's not even just paying over money. It's they have to physically interact with that family and make atonement. Which is, like I said, there's probably this is where we need a side note or a compendium of what this ritual is or what this cultural reference is.
They used to do it. It's like back in your olden days of video and when DVD was first coming out, companies would like release anime in the West, and you'd have like a booklet inside it with what this meant and what that meant and why at such and such a time this person is doing that thing or that thing, and they just stopped doing it. So now people go in blind and wonder what the hell is all this.
You expect just to look it up or give you a link, but then this is physical media is coming back. I'm actually seeing it out there. People are now ditching streaming and they're going back to physical media because they're tired of subscribing to 6 or 7 different platforms and things being taken down. So I think the market for that's going to come back, and it gives you that bit of like this. You do need some nuance. So what is this cultural? And I'll see if you're watching there. If you want to look it up and pop in the comments, even so. Somebody in Japan, if somebody wrongs somebody else, in this case, Kawazu has done something to Grandpa. I don't remember exactly what. I don't know whether he ran him over or knocked him over.
I think he either he knocked him over, but it's not. I don't think it's actually specified how he knocked him over.
Something happened anyway, which meant Kawazu knocked over Grandpa. Grandpa is now in hospital, basically, either from being knocked on the head or injured. Kawazu now has to pay reparations to this family, but it's done that he has to do it directly. It's not like he pays a court or anything like that. He has to actually pay it directly, and he is in contact. They have each other's phone numbers. This is a thing. I don't know what the thing is. If somebody can explain the thing, it's little bits like this where this is fascinating though, because you're understanding another culture. Art explains people's culture. And this is a bit of it, how things are dealt with and how they're different from how we would deal with things. And I just think it's fascinating. And it doesn't mean I want to adopt it or, I want it gone or, it's just interesting to see, oh, that's how you deal with things. And that's why I don't like the homogenation of art, everything being corporatized and all the same, because then what's the point? Anyway, that's
I'm being quiet because I'm googling to try and find out what it
all
was.
right.
That this site that's completely in Japanese is
Yeah,
news to me.
I was hoping some of our viewers there, get the work, get the work.
Do it for us, damn
Yeah,
you!
yeah.
It's. I don't know. I don't know if it's like I don't know if it's kind of like a personal thing, an insurance thing, where it's like the hospital will say, is the hospital will be like, yes, you know, your father's treatment is going to be like, I don't know, 500,000 yen, and then it's just taken on to be like the person who was responsible for the injury to pay. But it's something you see quite a lot.
But
It's
there's
like
something more to it. There's a ritualistic aspect of it.
it's almost like it's some kind of honor system,
Mm.
isn't it?
Yeah,
Because it's like there's a scene in one of the later episodes with a lot of bowing and apologizing. That
yeah,
that is very true to life in Japan. There's a situation a couple of years ago where like the prime minister left because he was found to have done some crooked deal somewhere, and he was literally on television bleeding his heart out to the population, bowing all the way down to his feet, apologizing over and over and over again before he walked off. It's I don't want to say it's the way the Japanese do things, but it's the way the Japanese do things.
yeah. And that's
It's
like I
like
said. There's
it's
more of a
it
there's
is
almost like a
it's
set protocol the
yeah
way this is
it
approached, and the
it's it's almost like it's part of like the Japanese identity,
mhm.
and it's almost like it's something that seems to have like come down in like the through Japanese culture from like the ancient times of like the samurais and the ruling lords. But there is still a lot of that in Japanese culture. So
Yeah, but we all have little rituals. Like one thing, um, we have like if somebody comes to your house, you offer them a cup of tea. Like it doesn't
oh,
matter how long they're
definitely.
staying. You know what I mean? You offer them, and if it's you must have biscuits or something. You know, you don't just give them the cup in their hand, as I say. You know, where over here in England,
It's like, I haven't got
that's not a thing.
kids like I haven't got biscuits, but you know, would you like a slice of toast?
Yeah,
Like
but you
that
know what I'm
kind of thing.
saying? It's
Mm.
if you offer somebody cup of tea, just a cup of tea in England, that's fine. But back where I'm from, that's not enough. You know what I mean? It must be the plate. And it's almost ritualistic that the plate must be set down.
It's like
Even if nobody takes them, it must, there
I'm
must be
terribly
the.
sorry, but if here in rural Derbyshire, if you make somebody a cup of tea, you most definitely put the biscuit tin on the table with the cup of tea.
Well, there you go. It must be a regional thing then. You know, it's not, even if nobody's ever intended to touch the biscuits, it must be
Mm.
set, correct?
Mm.
Or you're talked about.
Yeah, so I'm eating a ginger nut. The talk of biscuits set me off. I'm sorry.
Oh, ginger nuts. But you know what I'm saying? We've all got our little quirks, and that's what we don't explore that in our art anymore, which is a
Mm.
shame.
It's interesting because
We
here
don't
it's
get that insight into culture. It's almost being erased.
yeah, but here in this country and in a lot of other countries, it's like you say, it's a regional thing.
Hmm.
Over in Japan, it's a national thing. It's like you can guarantee like if someone apologizes to you, they will every single person who needs to apologize to you will apologize to you in exactly the same way, almost as if like apologizing to someone is a set ritual.
Yeah.
It's like giving. It's like if someone gives you a gift, you're supposed to refuse it 3 times before you accept it, and after you've accepted it, you take it home and unwrap it because unwrapping it in front of them is like a massive disgrace to them.
Yeah. And like eating while
How?
you're walking,
Why?
a thing.
No idea.
There was do you remember that ad? It was on years ago for one of the banks, and it was a British diplomat going to China. And culturally in Britain is if somebody sets you down food, you finish your plate, or it's deemed to be rude. But in China, if you don't leave a bit, you're suggesting that your host wasn't generous enough. So I had this scene of the British diplomat, basically he's eating the entire plate. So the lord or the noble that he's meeting with keeps sitting down till he ends up with this huge eel. And the guy's like about to burst because he's like, I must finish all this. And the voiceovers explaining that how one culture is basically you must finish everything or people think you're being rude. The other culture is if you don't leave a bit, you're indicating that your host has been generous, so you're being rude. You know, and that's how cultures clash unless there's understanding. It's one of the clever, that's one thing we do well over here.
That
Actually,
is
the adverts
really
are
good. I
quite
mean,
clever.
how
Well, they
many
used to be
war
anyway. Everything's shite now, but
how many wars have been started by culture clash?
yeah, they did that quite well. And I know we're going off on a tangent here, but honestly, this is a fucking hard one.
So when do we go off on a
The
tangent? I mean,
I think they'll open their mouth about starting this because no, but we're talking about cultural, and how it
yeah,
goes wrong, and like I said, this whole ritualistic with
mm,
uh Kawazu and the family of Grandpa,
mm,
is obviously
mm.
steeped in
Yeah, it's like
lots of
the
things
first
that
the first episode is basically it's literally the first episode is kind of like all about the Japanese persona.
Mhm.
It's like it's just basically like lifting the lid off the can of worms that is like the Japanese social order.
But you get the impression that something's off, and that becomes really apparent at the end of this, what's happened,
Mm,
because they actually bring it right back. If you noticed with like the last episode,
yes.
so you're getting the hint that yeah, something's went squirrely, and then the fact that Sakiko, it doesn't make sense why she's the focus of all this attention, or the way things are. It's very very odd. But yeah,
She
anyway, Quasi, we'll have to talk about him because oh my god, he is a
he's
lizard.
what a great character. It's like if he'd have been like a little bit less intense, he'd have been like the perfect goofball.
Yeah, the comedy
It's like
relief, but
yeah,
no.
you got a really tense moment. Kawazu turns up eating a banana. It's sideways because that's the way he'd eat them.
Yeah. Yeah, that seemed like cherry, but anyway, yeah,
What
because
a what a
he's
slug.
gone.
He is what I term an ambulance chaser.
Yeah, he's after the basically all the
Hmm.
sleazy scoops because that's the sort of paper that he runs or he's employed by, and he's obviously has to work double time now because he's having to pay off Grandpa's care. But yeah, he gets a hint. He sees the two detectives. He
Hmm.
realizes he's onto something because they wouldn't be assigned to a case unless it was important. And this is where he gets into, basically Tsukiko comes under his radar.
Poor girl.
Oh dear. So what you do is you invite her out for coffee in broad daylight in the open air on an outside table, and still manages to make it feel creepy as if she's about to get bundled in the back of a van.
It couldn't have been a more warm, more open, more friendly kind of environment, but it's just kind of like this guy's got a big sign behind him flashing stranger danger.
Yeah.
It's like I did think during their interview Sakiko could have done with like a responsible adult present.
Yeah, but that's another question thing as well. She is a responsible adult.
You think
Yeah, but this
she's
is
good.
another thing that's off because once again, she's supposed to be this huge creator, but she is not there. She is not present.
I think that's because their forehead is so big. You could land aircraft on that forehead.
That's the problem with large foreheads. It causes all sorts of angst. We've seen it in Vampire Hunter D as well.
Oh, this is true.
Curse of the huge forehead.
Oh, she wasn't as bad as Doris though.
Mine's massive. Mine goes all the way back.
It's mine will be there before long. But it's just kind of like I do like Tsukiko is a great character, but it feels like she doesn't belong in this type of anime. If it was some kind of like cute, fluffy little nice Oh, how sweet is that story of flowers, sunshines, and little lambs and puppy dogs like scampering through the fields? She'd be the perfect character, but this is supposed to be some psychological, supernatural horror mystery. She just feels really out of place to me.
But that, I think, becomes relevant.
Because it's like, but I wonder if that's part of the draw, because it's just like this massive disjunction between the characters and the story that's being told. There are so many characters in this who feel as if they don't fit in this particular
Yeah,
story.
but you see them interacting with each other and you see them crossing over, and you almost need to get like a conspiracy board, get the pins out and okay, so this goes to this one, this goes back, right? This one's appeared here, and then they're joined to this character, but the crossover here, that's the bit where they meet, put a staple in that, plot point, just have this
Right.
like spider's web.
Using chocolate and biscuits as a coping mechanism, I nearly wrecked my blood sugar watching this. Oh dear.
But yeah, but
Yeah,
he's
he's oh, Kawazu, you're a gem.
this is the beginning of it, because like this is all the first episode, so he does the thing with the cherry with his tongue to go, la, la, la,
It takes somebody with good tongue control to tie a cherry stem into a knot.
But that's the joke of think what I can do for you.
It's like, oh,
she's just like, you haven't eaten your ice cream. She just notices there's ice cream, and then she's like, zoned out.
It's because obviously Tsukiko concentrates on the important things. Because it does annoy me when you're watching anime and they got absolutely delicious meal in front of them and they're just ignoring it.
Yeah. But
I was always taught, by the way, you clean your plate, and after cleaning your plate, you thank the person who cooked the meal for the meal. I'd be no good in China.
Yeah, that's what I mean. That's you just leave the pea to the side, just going, look, I've done the ritual. Let me do mine.
My mum would be like, eat the pea.
I was not expecting when Kawazu went to the internet cafe.
Here, kids, can I borrow you? It's like, right. My question is like, when he went on that PC, yes.
Yeah.
Did he close all the open windows down before he started doing his work? Because when he walked out, he was like, here, I'll bring it back for you.
I don't know what the hell did he have a secret code because obviously internet cafes back then were super protected and only let you on certain sites.
This one didn't.
Obviously not. And this is the first time I've seen like proper hentai in an anime, because normally it's all subtly hidden away.
I'm like, did the nipples surprise you?
It was the muff. It was like, okay, we've got nipples, and then just full on leg spread.
I think I may have been laughing when that bit came up, because it's only there for a split second, isn't it? And then they whisk it away.
But it's still there, and it's still like, he's just done that in front of kids. Oh god, if this was live action, there'd be arrests.
That's it. This would have it would have never made it to television.
But what the hell? What did he do? Was it because he's no money? He used their internet connection, or was that what they were looking at? And he promised not to report them if he.
I think it's because of what he says at the end. It's more the latter. I think he went in and asked the kids if he could borrow the computer because they'd paid for the time, because he's got no money.
Yeah, and then he's caught them or something, so he's threatened them, like, right, okay, either let me use this for a minute, or I'm going to tell on you.
Does Kawazu look like the kind of person who would like threaten children for looking at lewd pictures? He'd probably join in.
No, but I mean, he's used that as a threat. Go, right, I won't tell on you if you give me 5 minutes with this to do my thing. Almost like a business arrangement, and then he's just like, "Yeah, go ahead, crack on." It's
the fact that as he walks away, the kids are cheering. I'm like, Jesus, oh God, what?
Or did he find it full? I don't know, man. I was just one of them sayings that sums that character up. Like,
we're asking too many questions. Really don't need answering. Oh God, no, they don't.
but we get an answer later on, which is like, oh god.
It's cool. But by the time you get to the end of this episode, it's just like you shrug your shoulders and go, "It's cool. It's cool. What do you expect?"
Yeah, it didn't surprise me, but oh dear.
It's like I tell you, it was like with the guy should have a series all to himself.
I love the bit where he reads out all the bitchy comments in their voices, and his face changes to match his colleagues, and the fact she's just like, "Ah, yes, that's such and such.
It's
Yeah, that's all of a sudden."
Sakiko's in the background guessing who it is.
And I
Well,
just like,
but it's almost like he's trying to make her angry, so he like dishes the dirt,
yeah,
and she's just kind of like, "Yeah, that's pretty much how it is." It's like, "Yeah, that's my day to day."
ah dear. And then we finally get to see Little Slugger. He pops up and says hello to her in the dark alley.
What a reveal!
God, this is only the first episode. Yeah, this might be a
Yeah,
while.
we meet again. He says. Screen fades to black. Then we get the ending credit, which is lots of people asleep.
Yeah, I'm the profit bits at the end. I sort of watched them, but I stopped trying to make sense of them.
It was just kind of like it was random words that if you think the episodes are like a week right, if you watch the bit at the end and then you watch the next episode straight away, the bit at the end didn't make sense. So being the fact the episodes are like a week apart, what was it for?
I don't know. But this is the part. This is the thing about this show, isn't it? It's
Like the egg will find the fish and multiply with bicycles, like that kind of thing.
yeah. It's like fortune cookies.
It's like what? But
once again, I don't think it's for us.
No. But then the ending credit. Let's talk about the opening credit. If that doesn't give you a hint at what the anime is going to be like, nothing will. It's just the main characters laughing at the person watching them, which was us.
Yeah. Oh god. Now we meet Ichiban, Golden Shoes.
I of all the episodes, this is the one that made me twitch the most because that kid's attitude. You can't understand why everybody liked him because 3 words in, I wanted to give him a slap. I wanted to give him a slap, and then I wanted to find his parents and give them a slap as well.
Yeah. But you see people like that in schools and stuff, you know what I mean? He's basically the pampered little prince, and he gets a gaggle of sycophants, or she, it could be either, And
everybody calls him Ichi because it means number one, and he is number one because he's good at everything. If you don't believe him, ask his friends, ask his parents, ask the people who live in the street, ask his teachers, ask some random bloke. He's amazing.
But,
God, I want to give him a slap.
Yeah, and this whole, do they do that in Japan, or is this an Americanized thing of the class president thing or whatever?
No, they totally do it. They do have class presidents from literally from elementary school. They have class presidents, or it's like class liaison, and then every year they have class presidents, and then every year has like a president for that year.
I'm so glad. I watch things, I guess, in the American ones, and I'm so glad I'm British. And the only thing we had to deal with were the prefects.
Yeah,
and they were effectively the suck-ups. So the teachers appointed them.
What prefects? Do you mean defects?
Yeah, basically the biggest. Who's the biggest suck up in the class? There's your badge. You get to order people about. And head boy and head girl. Do you remember those?
I've got to be honest. I was my secondary school. I was offered the position of prefect, and I turned it down.
I never.
Mainly, the main reason I turned it down was just because I couldn't be asked.
I butted heads, but I was an angry wee shite. Funny enough, I know nobody believed that, but I butted heads with too many teachers.
Yeah. But
The teachers who got the best out of me was my science teacher,
hmm.
my two PE teachers.
I got on really well with my English teacher because he was as big a nutter as I am.
Mine was one of those airy, furry, lovey-dovey types with bangles and big hair and oh,
Lady teachers, there was only like three lady teachers in my school. One of them was cookery. Oh, two of them were in cookery, and one of them was a science teacher.
had loads. History
Mrs.
teacher was
Donald,
all right. She
Mrs.
was good,
Donaldson did science. She was lovely.
but most of them I just couldn't. Like my RE teacher, who then became the head of year, was horrendous. She's one of them, real ugly people inside and out.
Yeah, I couldn't say much about my RE teacher because he actually ended up being the vicar of our local church. And there was a time after I'd left school, it was almost like I used to bump into him on clockwork every day when I was on my way home from work.
And the headmaster, I really butted heads with him because he was a virtue signaling twat.
Hang on, isn't that most headmasters?
Yeah, but he was like one of these "I'm everybody's best friend" type, and I
No,
just rubbed me up the wrong way.
My first headmaster, when I went from to infant school, primary school, first headmaster there, his name was Mr. Campion, and he was old. He was properly old school. I actually think if he had been allowed to cane people, he would have done. He was awesome.
I still had corporal punishment in primary school.
Now that
I
gone by
can't
the time.
remember the name of the first. Who was my first one? Anderson. Then Bell took over. He was no, I never liked him. Anderson slippered me. Got slippered by him.
I've got to check when corporal punishment was taken away in the UK now.
Oops, have I got a case that you said?
There may be some money coming. Corporal punishment, UK. Boop.
Definitely the 80s. Sometime around the 80s anyway.
Let's have a look.
But yeah.
Oh God, it's a legal document. Oh, this is going to be fun.
Yeah. But anyway, yeah, that's all we had. We had head boy, head girl, and prefects. We didn't do that, and there was no voting or anything. It was basically the teachers.
It was the teachers picked it. That's the way it was here because it's like, would you like to be a prefect? No, thank you.
Yeah, but
why not? And I came up with this really good excuse, but the actual fact is, I couldn't. I got enough on my plate. I couldn't be bothered.
No, why would you? To me, it just seemed a pointless thing. But anyway, like I said, I was never a troublemaker, but for some reason, I rubbed people in authority up the wrong way. I still do. That's never changed. That's a hilarious thing. People who seem to be very precious about their positions I seem to just wind them up.
What the heck? Apparently, you're not allowed to do corporal punishment in schools anymore, but you're allowed to use like moderate punishment. Until January 20th, 2005, moderate was undefined. Whereas in the Child Children's Act 2004 set a perceived statutory determination of immoderate as assault occasioning ABH.
God, I got punched by my geography teacher.
That's just it. So basically, they could punch you, but as long as they didn't lose bruises or nose trickling from your blood or your busted lip, it was fine.
Do you know what? Like I said, the dipshits run about today. I don't mind. I survived. And
I'm one of these people who thinks they should bring corporal punishment back.
Yeah. The kids need the shit kicked out of them today because they're wee bastards. They've no sense of they want to take everything up the line.
Yeah.
And it's just for the sake of doing it. And they don't have the understanding of the consequences that one day they're going to get a brick around their head when they're an adult.
Yeah. That's just it. As soon as you hit 18 in adulthood, that's it. You're going to be a crumpled mess behind the local pub.
Yeah, that's it. Or in an alley or something. They're going to do it to the wrong person. That's why you need the short, sharp shock, young age of don't push, because they're going to go through. Well, you see it today. Actually, they go through life and the
Boston, mate. That's what they want.
oh
But they
god.
don't, because it's like there was a thing where it's like children were being sent to like young offenders institutions. They were going in, children who'd done wrong. They were coming out with all the skills and things they needed to be hardened criminals.
Well, there was a place back home called Concora House, and they were basically it was basically party capital for the Jimmy Savile Club, and there's people flying in to go to the place. It was that bad. It was like you couldn't make it up, and you're just like, oh god. So I think
Jesus.
today's culture's a complete like the historical abuse inquiry is still going on. I think today's culture is actually the other side of the pendulum swung too far away from that. Do you know what I mean?
Like
The pendulum's always going to swing. Where you want it to do is sort of swing in the middle like this.
yeah.
Go a wee bit over here, go a wee bit over there. What's been happening over the last 20 years is going yoink. I know it's
And
going to go
it's just
yoink.
it's got stuck. That's the problem.
Yep.
This is probably me being terrible, but I think if people want to raise like a criminal case against someone, it should be law that the person they want to raise the case against is still alive.
Or a time period like this whole thing of 20 years, 25 years later, deciding to bring a case against somebody is ridiculous. That's just.
I mean, if the person is guilty and the person who's like the person who's being accused is guilty, yes, fine, fair enough. It's like sling him into a pit of snakes, leave him there for the rest of his life. Hate him, loathe him, all that lot. But it's like, I think it'd be fair if people could actually like fight. Do I want to say fight back? I don't really want to say fight, but it'd be fairer if
you need to face your accuser. That was always
that's it. That's the term I'm looking for. Thank you. People should face their accuser, not wait for their accuser to pass away and then wait 20 years.
Or just when they want to stitch people. You know what I mean? There's a whole lot of conversation about, it doesn't matter what the system is. When you have bad faith actors, it goes to shit. And the more opportunity you give for bad faith actors, no matter what it is, means that there's always the exception, but when bad faith acting becomes the rule of a system, the system's broken and needs to be revised. But that's all. There's never one thing that's going to work. It's because people are people.
No, because a rule for one person isn't necessarily the rule for the next person.
Yeah,
it's one of these. I think is a.
Like if you
this tangent, it's right. It's one of the fundamental wrongs in modern law. I think is the fact that the law is in place for Joe Average. Yeah, there's no such person as Joe Average. Every single person is an individual. So a law that may be perfectly adequate for one person isn't necessarily the best thing for the next person.
But that's where common law was. Everything's allowed until it isn't, unless it's specifically banned. That was the whole point of English common law, but it's been replaced by regulation. The problem with regulation is you create loopholes, and people use the loopholes. So for the likes of this with Ichiban,
I was going to say Ichiban. This is the entire conversation.
He ends up in a situation.
It's all Ichiban's fault. This entire conversation, the entire tangent is Ichiban's fault.
Yeah, because he's a product of. He's been over pampered. He's never been told no in his life. He's never faced any sort of adversary or a humbling experience. And I don't mean you have to destroy somebody for being good, but you need to feel.
He's the main character in his own story.
Mm-hmm.
Him and his best friend, but he's only his best friend because he's come from the country and he didn't want him to feel left out.
No, this isn't. That was a weird friendship that formed. Basically what he's used to being king of the mountain. This young fat kid from the country who seems to be a bit, basically simple.
He comes across as being slow, but towards the end of the story, he really speeds up.
He's more. Do you know what he reminds me of? Have you ever seen Clarkson's Farm?
Yes.
Do you know Caleb?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
So you think, or Jerry? And I know he plays it up because obviously there was a bit at the end when he had cancer and he got through it and he thanked everybody and he spoke really eloquently. So he really hams up the accent for it. It's a joke. you would think he was a simple, a simpleton, a peasant.
Yeah.
Sorry, Gerald, not Jerry. That's the
Mm,
way. But basically, he won't miss a harvest. The guy who's pushing 70
mm,
won't miss a harvest. He's embedded in the community. He's actually the heart and soul. And when something happened to him, everyone was broken. Um, that is what this kid represents. He's a Gerald from Clarkson's farm. He's come in, but this is what Ichiban can't get his head around, that this kid who's not as attractive, not as well known, not as well spoken, and not as
mm.
pampered is more popular than him, is taking
It's
his.
like Ichiban. Everyone is friends with Ichiban because Ichiban is kind of like the it person. It's like
Hmm.
it's obviously his family isn't poor, and he's got all the best things and all the best toys and all the latest games and consoles and things like that. Whereas the other guy is just like massively likable.
Mhm.
He's got the personality.
And a genuineness about him.
Mm,
And he doesn't feel like it should be expected. And he just randomly decided he's going to run for class president as well. But he was
mm.
absolutely destroying Ichiban. And then when the incident happened with Little Slugger,
Yeah, and also one of the things about Little Slugger, he has a golden baseball bat and golden inline skates.
mhm, funny enough, just what Ichiban has. And you're like,
Ichiban has golden inline skates, and he comes to school on them every morning until that fateful day when someone puts that message in his locker. Because oh god, the image where he's like daydreaming, where he opens his locker and all that stereotypical anime love letters come flooding out of it. He's not up on himself, honestly. He's what a knob. But he opens it and there's only one letter there, and it just says, "You're a little slugger, aren't you?"
but this is where we're getting the ideas about. This is more like,
Mm.
how does a random assault and this girl doesn't act. Tsukiko is not that famous. Her creation is, but can you tell me who the creator of? I'll keep going back to Hello Kitty because it's the closest thing. Can you tell me who drew the concept of Hello Kitty?
Off the top of my head, you'll be glad to know that no, I can't.
Would you recognize them even though you don't know their name? Would you recognize them walking down the street?
Only if they were dressed as Hello Kitty.
So how has this random assault, which at the end of the day she bruised her leg,
Mm.
um, how has this now reached?
For creating the weird floppy pink dog, she would have been on television, she would have been on radio, she would have done interviews for magazines. You have to remember, over here it's kind of like, oh look, there's a new Scooby-Doo cartoon out. Great, brilliant. How big is animation and in Japan?
Mm-hmm.
It's like if it's the kind of thing where it's kind of like,
Let's go more modern. The creator of Pokemon, is it one person created them all, or was it a team? Do we know them? I know, obviously. Do they go to the conventions?
they did in Japan. The guy,
Because conventions weren't as
it's
big were they as big in 2004?
Pokemon was created by Satoshi someone.
Yeah, but you know what I'm saying? It's not like
Yeah. Mm.
I'm just trying to draw comparisons here to like square this circle in my head of why there's random kids talking about Little Slugger when he's only appeared once at this point and he's only hit one person and she's still alive and not like seriously injured and she's not that well known. Because once again, with no time scale of how long this dog, Maroni's been around as a phenomenon.
I think it's kind of revealed later on in the anime when where without spoilers, a similar thing happened 10 years ago.
Yeah. But you know what I mean? It's all over.
I just think I think like Lil Slugger. is it's not because she's famous. It's I actually think it is because of the incident, because Lil Slugger is kind of like an urban legend, isn't he?
Yeah, but
Because it's like back in the past, this happened, that happened.
this is the itch at the back of my head with this now. I know what the reveal
Mm,
is, obviously,
mm,
but as you're going through this is what you're sort of going, how the hell is everybody? This is one random incident, which, and honestly, would be a
mm.
footnote. How is it being talked about everywhere? And this is the major problem I had until uh the
I,
penultimate episode, episode
I,
12.
I see where I see where you're coming from. Yeah, I don't know.
It makes no
I,
sense.
yeah, it's like, yeah, it's just kind of like, it's like, I see where you're coming from now. It's the fact that everyone and their plush pink dog is talking about it,
Yes.
and it's only something that, and I think you see it mentioned on the news, that it's like, oh, a famous character creator, cartoonist, whatever she is Tsukiko, whatever given name is, was attacked last night. And it's like there's a description of the person, and whether or not people, the description of the assailant, and whether someone's turned around and gone, hang on a minute, that's Little Slugger. 10 years ago, this, that, and the other, and kids have heard their parents talking about it.
I think the thing as well, this episode, Golden Shoe, shouldn't have been number 2. I think this should have been number 5 or number 6. And then it might have made more sense. No, as in every episode there's
Mm.
a little slugger attack.
Yeah,
So at this point, it's a bit early to be airing that episode because it's too soon. It hasn't really uh got into the psyche yet of everybody.
yeah. I've got to be honest. I think you could take this, and you could absolutely, completely just change the running order of everything apart from the first episode and the last episode, and it would still be just as understandable as it is.
True, but
I,
this
I
one would
don't. I
make
don't.
more
I
sense
don't think
if there was a.
I don't think the run order matters for
Yep,
something
but
like
I
that.
think
You know,
I think
really.
6 episodes in, when there's been like 6 or 7 attacks,
Yeah.
and then Ichiban, oh, you were, you know what I mean? Because by that time, there's enough in the news has got through.
Mhm.
One random attack, and everyone's talking about the enough that nobody turns up for his birthday party, and he loses.
Mm.
Nobody talks to him, and he gets
Yeah.
completely
But
ostracized.
again, it's like how much time passes during the length of this episode, because an entire school of people who are all your friends aren't going to turn against you in the space of a
One
few
night,
hours, a
yeah,
couple of days. It's like it's gonna take some serious time for everybody in that school to turn against you.
and everybody would have to be afraid, to go out, that these
Hmm.
attacks are happening everywhere, and
Yeah.
it could
So
be
it's like,
any region.
yeah. So it's like across the 24 minutes of the episode. It's like there's a slow like the deterioration must take place over at least, God, for everybody to know, and for people to be scared to go out. That's got to be like
There would
three,
have to be.
4, 6 months, maybe.
Yes, and it'll have to be like attacks every night, and the police completely powerless, and no
Mm,
discrimination whether it's young people, old people. One attack at this point, and we
mm,
get this story. It's odd. It just makes you go, "What the hell?" This should have been like episode 6 or 7 or 8 or something.
mm,
You should have bumped this up about, because it's
mm.
too early.
This is where I say that, like, this season, this series needs some kind of timestamp, so you
Mhm.
can gauge like how long something is going on for. Because it's an individual story. I mean, I don't think any of the, apart from the detectives, I don't think any of the other characters we've met are in this one, are they?
No,
So it's Ichiban and
I can't remember the wee fat kid's name, but
the night we'll call him the nice kid. It's
mhm.
Ichiban and the other kids, like, story.
Yeah,
It could be over a year. I mean, it's
we don't know, and this is
hmm,
it does this through this series, is jumps in time and back and forward, and you just don't know where you are. This one made more sense. Double Lips, the next episode.
I've got to be honest. This is my favorite episode out of all of them. I really like this one because it's clever.
So she's the tutor,
Right, yeah.
who
Harumi is Ichiban's private
tutor.
tutor. Because
Um,
of course he has a private tutor because his
yep.
parents are rich.
She's seeing a doctor, so she's got schizophrenia, which is odd because I thought there were certain conditions that you just don't brush off. You know what I mean? If you've been diagnosed with something like that, you have to be on a treatment plan.
I've got to be honest. This is the best schizophrenia I've ever seen.
It's really done well. And then we get Kawazi back, who seems to be a regular customer, and got bigger tits than her. Is just like
it's like we didn't need to see that, really, did we? I mean,
put them away, big lad. Oh my
you
god!
think they at least have kept the lights off?
No,
But
he's
yeah,
probably paid extra for that.
yeah, because Harumi is really nice, really
No,
gentle.
yeah, Kawazi's are. This isn't. No, sorry.
She's a lovely person because Kawazu is with Maria.
Yes, is this? It's the cop. Is the one we've seen. He's the one that's the bent copper, which we'll get to his story later on. Is one of our customers. Kawazi is one of our customers.
That's right. We see that in a different place. I'm getting it mixed up.
But that it comes back because he, you know what I mean? Kawazi's one of our customers. We see him, and then he toddles along, and then the cop is one of our customers. But basically, it's just her story of basically living a double life, that she's got two personalities.
One of whom is a private tutor, and the other of which is a lady of the night.
Yep. And Double Lips is the name of the agency that she works for. And I love the way she just gets randomly proposed to as well. And her boss, was it?
She was.
She also works as something else.
Yeah, she was a secretary for some analyst or scientist, was it?
Yes.
You never do actually find out what he does or who he is. Really,
she's almost like Tyler Durden, isn't she?
Yeah, and she's kind
of
like
Fight Club.
It's like, marry me. Oh no, he wants to marry me now. He says he wants to marry me. I've got to stop leading this double life. So she's aware of it.
Mm-hmm. And her doctor's aware of it because she goes under hypnosis and tells all.
But I just love the bit where she was like, "That's it. I'm not going to do this anymore." Gets all the stuff, boxes it up, pushes it in a corner of a room. Gets up the following morning. All the stuff has been put back. Double Lips, the agency she's working for, is basically phoning him and saying, "Thank you for coming in at the last minute." And you find out that she actually has no control whatsoever over her counterpart.
The messages.
It's completely the other way around.
Yep.
So it comes across that Maria is like her main personality, and Harumi, the private tutor, the one that's getting married, is the schizophrenic personality.
Yeah, is it the extra one or the
fantasy
one? Yep.
I absolutely love that twist.
This could have been a film.
It could have been a series in itself.
Yeah.
It's just the fact, because you're looking. It's about it's when she takes all the stuff to the dump, and like Maria goes and brings it back and puts all her stuff in the dump, and leaves her a message. They leave messages for each
Yeah,
other
on
on
the
the
answer
answering
machine,
machine,
it's
and it's
insane.
like don't it's like I don't it's like I'm in control here. Don't you dare throw my things out. And it's that moment when it's like, wait a minute, hang on a minute, I know what's going on here. Awesome. I tell you, it's like double lips. I could watch over. I could watch it over and over again. The rest of it, I'd have to be in the mood.
Yeah, that's uh even if you clipped out the main story, involving
Hmm.
basically the detectives and Sakuku, it's still not enough. It's still too much of a head twist, and even but then yeah, little Slugger appears at the end, and
I
then
think the
people
yeah
manifest them.
the bit before that, the meltdown, where she's dragging herself down the street, screaming that she doesn't want to go and shouting at herself that she has to because she's not in control anymore. What a great scene! What a good that's it's like as far as Satoshi Kon goes, that's right up there with the scene at the end of Perfect Blue, where she's running down the street being chased.
Yeah, it's fighting back. It's just trying to right. I want to be me, but uh, you don't know when the other one takes over,
Mm.
and you don't know how much time passes or what you do. That must be terrifying. Like I like to be in control of my own life. I like my
Mm.
space. I like I don't like too many disruptions. That to me, that her lifestyle, the fact there's another entity just ruining it would be hell for me.
I think that's what it is. It's one of the things that's great about this episode. It's down as being like psychological mystery horror. Yeah,
Mhm.
I've got to, Double Lips is the first episode that felt like horror to me
Yeah,
because it has the element where someone who is perfectly in control of their life is no longer in control of their life, and in a way that it seems like they can do absolutely nothing about.
yeah. And this is the one that kept me interested because if this episode hadn't
Mm.
happened, this would have been
Mm.
really,
Yeah,
really hard to go through.
I thought this was the pickup point for the series. I thought
Mhm.
this is because I just thought this was the bit where like it takes a couple of steps up.
The next one after that, A Man's Path. This is where we see the connection between her and Hirakawa, the the bent copper.
Yes, I think I think it's just he's. I think Hirakawa is a man who's made a few mistakes and has managed to get himself in a very bad position
Well over
because
his head.
well over his head by assuming assuming the role of the big man without realizing that there's a bigger man out there just waiting to step in and tell him what's what,
Mhm.
basically.
So he likes his women, he likes his prostitutes, he likes the taking the envelopes, trying to live the lifestyle that he's
Yep, yep.
beyond his means.
Yeah, he's like your stereotypical bent copper, really, isn't he?
Mhm. But it seems like we've jumped back from this is before Harumi
Let's
has
say
a melt
it has
because
to be.
he's one
It
of the
has
early
to be.
clients. Yeah.
Yeah, because because it's like at the end of the last episode, Harumi is shouting, "Help me, help me! Won't somebody help me?" And Lil Slugger pops in behind her and helps her by clubbing her unconscious and putting her in hospital.
Mhm.
because it seems to be becoming a thing. It's when people need help, little slugger comes out and helps them by hospitalizing them.
Yeah, they almost summon him.
Mm.
But the time jumping. He's already cultural. Everyone's talking about it. Everyone knows about it. But at this stage, we've only seen like 2 attacks. It does, you know what I mean? It's like that bit's jumping forward in time.
Yeah. So
And
it's
then we're
like
going back to the present, and then we're going to the past. And then, oh my God, this guy is just... He gives Kawazu a run from his money. He's almost like, yeah, you want to be a disgusting pervert? Hold my beer. I'll show you what it's like.
his relationship with his daughter is a little too close.
Yep.
Putting it that way, but I wonder, because it's like he's basically getting his money by leaning on a member of the local yakuza mafia, whatever you want to call them. He's leaning on someone who belongs to the local criminal organization, which is great until he gets picked up by a car belonging to someone who is far higher up in the organization than the guy he was pressing for money. And he basically gets the message that, oh, unfortunately, because of what he's been doing, the guy he's been leaning on is now in hospital, and he needs to pay his debts off. 1 million yen. Because it's because of the money that he's been getting from like his extortion.
So
the guy,
he's been extorting the guy. The
building
guy's
his
come up short
house.
of his boss, so he got put in hospital, which means he can't earn anymore for the organization. He now has to pick it up.
Yeah, because he's like I say, he's been using the money to build him and his family their dream home.
In between snorting and
in between snorting stuff and buying ladies of the night, and being far too close to his own daughter. Yes,
which comes apart. But yeah, he goes into full meltdown himself trying to get this.
I've got
his disguise as a shitty tracksuit.
Right. I love what they make him do, basically to earn money for like this criminal organization. He becomes a snatch thief. Right. The mask, the balaclava he was wearing, it couldn't have
he
been
wears it with his uniform as well.
Yeah, it couldn't have been any funnier if he just got like a pair of ladies' underpants over the front of his head.
Yeah, it was sad.
Which I have seen. It's like everything else he's done. Yeah, everything else he has done. I couldn't help but sorry for the poor Burke in that tracksuit and mask on what looks like his wife's bike.
Mm-hmm.
The scene where he's trying to take that handbag off that woman and she's fighting back, and they're just having a tug of war over it.
And then it makes you go, how the hell was he able to lean on anybody? Because even as a police officer, he's he's a rent-a-cop, basically. He's just, he's applaud. What the hell would he do if the gangster guy went, do you know what? No. And what I'm going to do better is I'm going to go to my boss to speak to one of our paid employees higher up than you and get you in shit.
Yeah. It's like, oh God. It's a bit where he goes back on that. It's like, oh, thank you very much for the money you've paid us. Oh, by the way, there's been a few complications and the medical bills have increased. We now want 2 million, which later goes up to 4 million.
It was never going to be that was you'd saw that coming a mile off. It was never going to get back.
There's no way he was going to pay that off ever. So, but it's like,
and it's not about the money at that point. It's the send a message.
It's
coppers.
Yeah, it's gone back to like you push us, we will push you back way much harder. It's like you've infringed on our goodwill, our honor. You are going to pay for this. If you think about it, if it was something in like in this country or America, there's a chance that he'd go to his superiors and say, "Look, I've done something really stupid."
Mhm.
He'd probably lose his job over it. He'd lose every scrap of respect people have got for him, but he'd be out of the situation. Yeah, he can't do that because it would cause his family to lose face.
Mhm.
Every member of his family that's ever been born and ever will be born, because that's how they do it over there. It's a harsh environment.
Yeah, but then again, if you're not just doing your job and you're leaning and extorting people, well, you kind of deserve it. Doesn't matter who the person is. You've just made yourself worse than them
Yeah.
in the first place. So, but anyway, I love the way he goes. Or not so much love, but this really shows the deprivation of him. That he goes to rob a house and he's not worried about fingerprints or anything. He's just running about and he beats this couple and ties them up.
Oh, yeah. And then the daughter comes through the door. I'll go there. I'll say it.
Yeah,
And he ties her up and tells her to call him daddy.
yeah, that was about
That's
your
just,
like.
that's like fade to black, because that's as far as that scene needs to go, really.
Yeah, you don't need it. You know
Mm.
what's happened next. You're like,
The,
oh shit.
everything else is left to the watcher's imagination.
And we've got enough of him. You know, what I mean, we've got enough of a sense of him to understand
It's
that.
like it's like right. It's never actually said whether or not what anyone is thinking is true, but everybody just automatically goes to the darkest place they can.
That's what it's left. It's left to be. But that's good horror, though. Not everything needs to be spelled out. It just needs to be. You know, you've got the setup there. You know what he's
Mm,
like, and you know that part of him has snapped
mm.
because once again,
Yeah,
where this goes wrong is the time. How long is he having
mm,
to do this? This is obviously over
yeah.
months
I would say this
or
is
years of.
again. This is obviously something that's going on over quite some length of time,
Yep, and he leads a
because
double life as it is.
yeah, because he's kind of like he's refined his technique now. He doesn't just run up to people in the street and like snatch their wallets out their hand or snatch their bags out of them. He's actually become like a burglar who
Mhm.
threatens the people he finds to like tell them where the money is. It's like he's refined his technique. He's taken a couple of steps forward from where he was, and a few steps backwards at the same time. But it's like this has obviously been going on some time, because you can't just like go out on a spree in a night and pick up something like 1,000,000 yen. My God.
No, it's but it's never meant. He's
Mm,
never meant to repay it anyway. It's meant to
mm,
be
yeah.
a power thing. What? That's right. The boss gave him something like a. Was it a pill or something?
He did, because I can't do this anymore. He's like, oh, take this. It'll perk you up a bit. I don't know what that was, but my
It
God,
was some sort of amphetamine anyway.
I've
Methamphetamine or
I've
something.
no idea what it was, but can you get it on prescription? Guys, it's like, oh boy, it's like when I'm having a day, an anxiety filled day, I could do something like that. Oh,
Yeah. But then
but
again,
yeah,
that's what makes you go and like
rob people.
and ask their daughters to call you daddy. So nah, I'll
Yeah,
pass.
maybe
I'll feel a bit run down. Thank you very much.
maybe I'll just stick with the normal way I do it, and I'll just eat an orange. But
Yeah.
yeah, but it's like, isn't this the episode where little Slugger gets caught?
Yes.
Suddenly, I've got a bad taste in my mouth. Would you like to describe this to the audience?
Oh god, it's
It hurts to say, doesn't it? It hurts to say.
he's just going about and he's God, I can't remember now. Is this about
He's
where he takes out the family as well? He gets involved with it.
well, he's
He
like
just rocks up.
he's walking down the street with like the money that he's just stolen from this couple and their daughter, and he's like he's screaming for someone to help him, and it's like he falls over, and like the money goes all over the pavement, and he's like he brings himself to his knees, and there's the sound of like rollerblades behind him, and little Slugger smacks him round the back of the head, and he collapses in a heap. And then he just sits back up and goes like, "Oh, that really hurts," and beats the shit out of little Slugger.
Oh, yeah, it does a weird thing as well. It jumps back, doesn't it? Like the scenes go
Yeah,
back in time, and
yeah.
yeah,
It was a really unsatisfactory that he caught him, because that made him a hero.
yeah. They must have different rules over there when it comes to that's one thing we'll talk about in the next episode. Just like that wouldn't have made him a hero,
It's
but it sort of gets him off the hook. Or it's a weird, like I said, it's a weird series,
it's
and you
it's it's kind of it's like
no
it's
resolutions.
like a man's path is almost like double lips above him, where double lips is basically like Maria and Harumi living separate lives in the same head. It's almost like in a man's path, Hirakawa is living two separate lives: his life as a police officer and his life as a petty criminal / paedophile. You know, so it's almost like it's like, whereas Harumi isn't aware of anything that Maria is doing, it almost feels as like Hirakawa isn't aware of anything he's doing when he's stealing money for the mob. Tell me I'm talking nonsense if I'm talking nonsense.
No, I get it, but it was a bit giving him the methamphetamine. That's what like really put him over the edge, and everything just any inhibitions he had just went out the window. But yeah, you think
it's
it
almost
was
like
too early as well to catch this. This is where the thing starts going squirrely.
Yes,
Really squirrely, and it just becomes impossible to follow because effectively we've caught little Slugger at this point.
Right, episode 4, the main protagonist is behind bars.
Yeah, because this is the holy word. This is where basically Makoto Kazuka is identified as little Slugger.
See,
right down to a T, like he looks like him and everything.
Yeah, I like this. I like this episode as well.
But it shouldn't have been this early.
It doesn't make any sense, because it's like Makoto Kazuka, the Slugger, lives in a fantasy game world in which he is the Holy Warrior.
But do they not have guidelines in Japan as well about interviewing minors?
Do you know? I actually don't know.
Because they're basically, this is supposed to be a kid, and they're doing good cop, bad cop, and basically beating the living pan out of him as well, and solitary confinement, and he's no phone call.
But
basically,
they say, because he's called Little Slugger, which like the Japanese that's translated that is shonen bat, which shonen basically means basically means child, as in like a boy child. So it's basically it's kid bat, it's kid Slugger. And it's like I think it mentions that it's like he's not a child, he's just really short. So I'm guessing he's over the age of legal responsibility, but even so, they are questioning him without like any form of like attorney or lawyer being involved.
He's effectively being slammed up, locked up, and just we'll keep you here till we're breaking, get a confession out of you. Like somebody's
been watching too much Sweeney, I reckon.
You could picture those two, but this episode then just goes completely off the rails. That
it not only does it leave the planet Earth, it also leaves the solar system.
Yeah.
I laughed So it's kind of weird because it's like serious, 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 and then you get this one, which is pretty much pure comedy.
Yeah, because Moani goes off with him. Manawi goes off into his fantasy land and starts because he talks nerd. So they then disappear, and then next thing you know, the Chief Carey's like dragged into it as well.
It's like it's all in this book. Slams a guide for a guide for a game.
It reminded me like like Zelda, remember the old Zelda guides and stuff you used to get so you could
It's
actually
like,
for the Nintendos you could flick through them. Um, yeah, and then it just becomes we're living in his head and they're battling monsters and Grandpa appears,
the great old wizard, the great old sage.
which then becomes apparent. That
Mm,
becomes relevant later on because Manawi
mm.
basically becomes a student in theory, and you're like, what?
In one of the weirder steps this anime, in one of the many weirder steps that this anime takes, because it's not afraid to do things differently, is it?
No, and that's I applaud it for that, but it just
Mm.
I need something to hold on to here. It's
It'll
just
be
almost meant to make you
uh,
feel what they're as if you're losing your grip in reality
yeah,
and you're meant to feel that.
yeah. If you watch some of the like older anime, because like I say, this is like 2004. If you watch some of the older anime, there will actually be put up a character will say something, and as well as the translation, there'll be like a little asterisk and a line underneath it explaining what it meant. But it's like I wish translators these days did that.
Hmm.
So they just kind of like put footnotes in to explain what people mean when they say something or do something.
It's almost like Terry Pratchett, the Discworld books. Is it Lastrix? It's the
Yeah,
anecdote at the bottom. Uh what am I thinking? Yeah, we basically go through all the victims so far, and we're going through this fantasy land of
I, I
Makolo
like
telling the story.
I like the fact that every single victim is one of the monsters that's going to lead us to like this dark lord.
Hmm.
So the chief detective is just along for the ride. Literally every time you see him, he's just there chain smoking cigarettes.
Yeah, but I just love he's still in his suit. I mean, now he's fully dressed as the
He's like
wizard for the location.
fully dressed up as some kind of wizard or something.
And then the kicker is, after that, it looks like it might be
Mm,
the old woman
yeah,
is causing all this.
got to be honest, it is a bit of a surprise.
Yeah, but
But
this is taking me in so many twists
mm,
and turns. Like this is, like I said, this all veers off now. We started off with the first two or three episodes. We're following a storyline. Now it just goes, nah, we're not bothering that anymore. Let's
it's
go
like
off on
we're
these
doing
tangents.
we're doing, but it's kind of like they're following. It's like let's be honest. The reintroduction of the old woman is actually, once you've seen the entire thing, pretty massive. It's a pretty big event,
Hmm.
but we've gone there through the rambling game world mind of Lil Slugger.
Yep.
And it's done in a way. It's done in a way that it's kind of like everything that you've seen in this episode is doesn't feel important because it's absolutely nonsensical.
Which you think we're getting a confession here.
Mm,
This is Little
yeah.
Sugar and the busy like a serial killer or something. They're explaining the
Mm.
rationale why they're doing what they're doing. And Manawi's the only one that can reach him because he understands the fantasy world. Uh
We, you've got to be quite.
Carrie's techniques don't work.
You've got to be quite honest. The fact that he not only totally understands but also completely blends into this fantasy world, bit worrying. To be
And it
quite
gets
honest.
worrying later on because there's another
Hmm.
megahertz, isn't it? The episode.
Oh yes, yeah.
Basically, every character has a deep, dark secret. That's what we're finding. Everybody we're touching here has some sort of deep, dark secret. Um, yeah, and then the old woman appears, and then we go to the next episode, Fear of a Direct Hit, which is Fear of a Direct Hit of the Storm coming in. And I thought the storm was going to be a story point as well, that's what it was all building for. So I thought the storm was relevant. I thought this is all going to come with the storm coming in and it come together, but even this was another misdirect.
It, I think, right. Apart from episode 1, everything has been everything has been a misdirect. It's
Yeah.
like they keep. It's like you're watching it, and then they turn around behind you and like grab hold of your head and turn around sideways. And,
Yeah,
no, no,
look
no,
over
no, no.
here.
You should be looking over there. And don't take any. That's not important. Look at what's
Yeah,
over here. Until you get to the last couple of episodes when it just kind of like everything just kind of like smashes back into place.
yeah they're
And at
like,
the
oh,
end of
yeah,
it,
remember that
at
story
the
we were
end,
telling?
yeah, at the end of it, you're left there, and you're just like, what? Huh? And reach for the chocolate in the gin bottle. It's
Yeah, God. It's bad, isn't it? No, not it's frustrating.
I was gonna say I was gonna say it's bad. No, because like you say, it looks really. It looks the animation is incredible. It looks really good. There
Each of the
are
individual stories are
yeah
compelling.
there like every single person's got a story. Some of the episodes feel like the first episode, Enter Little Slugger, is really good.
Mhm.
Golden Shoes, it's about the twat.
Yeah,
Double
and that
Lips
should have
is
been episode
incredible.
7 or
Yeah,
something, or 8.
double lips is incredible. A man's path makes you scream core. Holy Warrior is funny, and there are like there are more really good episodes, but
But is that not the
there's
I'm just thinking, each episode as well has its own tone.
yeah,
So there's no overall tone to this series.
it's like it's you can pretty much pick up any one episode in any order, watch it, pick another random episode, watch it, and not lose anything from the
Yeah,
series.
the first episode and
Mm,
the last two. So number
mm,
1, number 12, and 13, they
yeah.
stay in order. Everything else here can just get intermixed and jumbled and um, left out or put in
Mm.
as you wish, and it
Yeah,
really
because
makes no
it's like
difference.
Satoshi Kon himself said that this was made up with ideas he got left in his head after he'd finished his first 3 movies. So it's basically corned beef hash, the anime,
But
where you can pretty much throw anything you want into it, mix it around, and still have a good meal, as long as it's got corned beef, potatoes, and onions.
there's the the mistake here is it's a series. It's trying to.
Mm.
It's not like Sin City.
Hmm.
If you had a went Sin City style, where the city's the character, and all these everything happens. Each one's its own little story,
Yeah,
and every so
everything
often
happens
the
within the
character crosses
city.
paths with another
Mm.
one.
Yeah, I can't work
Um,
out. I can't work out if
I
they
don't think
just.
that the end of Kilroy was as good.
Hmm. I can't work out if they just maybe like tried to fit too much in this. That like it feels to me that there is far too much in this for 13 episodes,
Mm,
but I don't think there's enough in here for 26.
yeah, and it's almost like there's like
Mm.
3 different shows happening, and yeah, it's a bit of a mixed bag. This needed editing. This needed to be pared down. And
Mm.
sure, if you have a few ideas left in the bag, so what? It's did he know he was going to pass
Yeah,
at that point?
no, I
So
no. This is way before then.
yeah, so it's not like he goes, I've only got so long left
Mm.
on the clock. I better get this all down.
No, because he made more. He made more. He made Paprika and a couple of other things after this.
You can see Paprika being the refining of this idea.
Yeah, it's almost like Paranoia Agent is. It's like this is his notebook.
Hmm.
This is where he's just writing down random thoughts, and then he goes through the random thoughts and he picks out the best ones
Actually, I
and
can
makes
see it from my
Paprika.
I can actually
Mm,
see the same process
mm,
between an interview with the Ringmaster
mm,
and Tales of Horror and Madness when I went from that book to the other one.
mm.
Like I need to go back and revise an interview with the
mm,
ringmaster, and the more I think about it, I'm not happy with it. But that was my first attempt.
yeah,
I had so many ideas, and I tried to get it down, and
yeah,
yeah, but I had to get it. I had to get it created because it was holding me back, not having something out there. If that makes
yeah,
sense, I had to get over that hurdle.
yeah. And sometimes you feel there is no time to go back and refine.
Yeah, well, that's it. Because obviously,
It's like
I mean, that was
it needs to be out there now.
five, six
There's
years
no
ago.
time. Yeah, there's no time to go back.
Yeah, but you have to also. It's your own
Mm,
mental block. You've got the.
mm,
You got to do it. You got to get it out there because it's getting in your way of moving forward to other projects. You got
mm,
it's when you've got ideas or a story or something. You got to get it out there. If it's sitting rattling about in your head,
mm.
there's no space for anything else.
Yeah, but
Um,
this,
I think a lot of writers will tell you the same thing.
yeah, but it's like Paranoia. If the story feels rushed, the story. There are times when the story feels like it hasn't got time to tell itself, which is why everything feels so mashed together, and it feels like there's three separate stories going on at different times.
Mm-hmm.
I think this is one of those anime where if they were if Satoshi Kon was still with us, still alive, and he went back and he said, "Do you know, I'm going to reboot this. I'm going to write it from scratch." It could be such an amazing story. But at the moment, and I'll say this again, the story is too Japanese.
Hmm.
Which sounds like a horrible thing to say about an anime because all anime are Japanese, but it's just this. It's almost like it's a tale about Japanese culture, which is something that we don't know enough about.
Yeah, you almost have to be either
Mm,
there or a student of. It's
mm,
there's too much subtext. There's a lot of subtext in this, and we're not getting it. The problem with Western entertainment today is there's no subtext whatsoever. You're beaten
mm.
over the head.
Yeah, yeah.
This
I
is there's too much subtext
yeah.
and no actual.
I've got to be honest. I'm not going to lie. I watch very little like Western television. I'm right. The only streaming service I belong to is Amazon Prime, basically for
Mhm.
Because of Twitch. Yeah. Uh, the house I live in, we don't even have a television aerial. So everybody's going like, "Have you watched this series? Have you watched that series?" I'm just not interested anymore. I want a story.
No, I unplugged. I was one of the unpluggers,
Yeah.
and that's like early two
Mm.
thousands.
I want right. I want a story. I want a story that is going to grab me and pull me in. I want a story that is going to make me feel along with the characters that are in there, because a lot of the stuff that's being churned out now, you just kind of like sit there and your eyes gloss over. There's a bunch of characters on the screen doing all these
Flashy
different things.
lights.
You couldn't care less about them. It's like it's like character A, character B, character C. They don't need names. They're just in there doing exactly the same thing every episode, and you're just sitting watching it because whatever reason.
Yeah, no, I don't.
And it's
Continue.
like stuff like this though I can get behind. I can get into it.
Well, that's what I said.
This
I don't feel like I've wasted my time
yeah.
watching this. I'm just frustrated as
The
hell because
stories are interesting. The stories are fresh. This is just like the random leftover ideas that were in Satoshi Kon's head. And I honestly think if he'd have given it a little bit more time, it would have made a lot more sense. But it's like as a Japanese person with all his Japanese values and traditions, he created this for the Japanese audience. That's a stupid thing to say because, like I said, all anime is created for the Japanese audience. But this isn't just
specifically that it's not
it's not
universal, it's not
it's not
transferable. You need to be part
It's
of that
not
culture.
created for like it's not created just for the Japanese audience. It's created for the Japanese mindset,
Hmm.
which is, I'm not gonna lie about it, completely alien to what ours is.
Yeah, that doesn't mean it's wrong or right. It's just that's fine. I have.
I just wish it was a bit more. I wish this was a bit. I wish Paranoia Agent was a bit more approachable.
Do you think? if they removed Little Slugger from it,
Mm.
and these were just a series of stories, and it's set in a town like Sin City, would this be a lot more palatable?
I think it would. It's like little, basically, Little Slugger has one role. He appears at the end of the episode and beats someone unconscious. Somebody who's screaming, crying for help. You could take Little Slugger out of most of these and just leave the person screaming, crying for help.
Yeah, and it wouldn't change the title.
Yeah, because it's like the next episode you come, that person is in hospital. Well, obviously they've received the help, and the story continues from there. And the story could continue about the attack on Tsukiko, which has its final, which has its great reveal. The last two episodes, then you wouldn't need them.
Yeah,
In fact, you wouldn't need several of the other stories, because
yeah,
it's
that's
like
true. Because
as we've already mentioned before, it's like Little Slugger is a manifestation of Tsukiko's fear of failure. Because that's later on. I'm not going to say any more about it now.
but yeah, we end up favorite actor. We end up in this old woman's like homeless tent.
Sorry about that. It frustrates me a bit.
No, that's what I was saying. Is it better if is that the element? That the fact that they're trying to tell a single narrative story, that's the bit that's messing with us.
Yeah, it's like the people, things are getting tied up in the thread.
And it really be better if it wasn't.
Definitely.
That's what's really screwing with us. Yeah, we've got the old lady. It's her tent is like when they looked at it the first time, and this like it was tiny. Now they're sitting in it. There's enough room for the three of them, and
I expected like a throne, fire pits, dancing girls. You know, the full
Yeah.
Arabian Nights kind of tent when you walked inside it.
like there's no messing about. This is like she's living better than some people in apartments.
It's like Jesus. It's like no you got to be. No wonder a backpack was so big. It's like with all that in it. Jesus. I mean, it's like makeup and stuff, food.
But this is another one. She sort of telling her story, and she basically just going on how she wants to see her granddaughter again. And then we meet Taiko, who we now think she might be the attacker. The way they've set up the story.
Yes.
She was watching the old lady as the old lady was watching Tsukiko. And you're just like,
but isn't Taiko Hirakawa's daughter?
but we don't find that out. We're only introduced to her at this point. And we just see her, she's crying in the alley, and then she's stalked the old woman, and then she saw the old woman watching Tsukiko. But meanwhile, we've got Kazuka in jail at this moment, who's admitted to being a Little Slugger and has been caught. So what is this?
This is what you call misdirection.
It's been every fucking episode. Jesus Christ. Do you know what I mean? It's like,
welcome to my world.
Why did they even? She's superfluous to the case. They've got the suspect who's essentially been caught red-handed, and they're beating a confession out of him. Now they're going to interview her because they think that she's going to provide an eyewitness statement.
I don't think she's not capable of. She's not mentally capable of.
She wouldn't be able to.
She's the kind of girl who needs a hug and some really nice person to hold her hand during life.
Well, she needs to see her granddaughter again. That was the thing, because her son lost his job or something. Something happened. Anyway, was it her son or her husband? Somebody lost his job and everything went to rat shit. But she's superfluous to the case at this point. Why are they interviewing her now?
What was it? It was her husband. So she moved in with her son's family, but they moved out and she didn't want to move. So she decided to go and live on the streets or something to that effect.
But it's nothing to do with this case.
Yeah.
But then we see Taiko, and then she's another thread that's been tied onto this because now we're starting to think that um it wasn't Kazuka, but it's actually Taiko, and they would think that she was the one that was attacked by Hirakawa because they've hinted that that was because they only saw a brief glimpse,
Yes.
but now
It,
actually it's not.
are you keeping up with this, folks?
Because I thought
God.
they were living in the 3 bedroom, or sorry, in the little box, and then they finally got
Mm,
the house, and then Hirakawa broke into their house, and then that was
mm,
why she's on the streets, and then did she then you know what I mean? Because it's fucking it
yeah.
twists
There's
your
this
freaking head.
there's it's
This is where I had to message you, wasn't it? And go,
yeah,
mate,
yeah.
mate,
Next week,
I can't watch anymore.
right?
I have to put this back a week. My
I I
head's busted.
I love the fact I love the fact that not just anime, live action series, books, radio plays. I love misdirects because when they misdirect, when somebody misdirects you and like you realize it's a misdirect, it's like it's really good, that is. But this
The
damn
whole
show,
series.
literally tries to pull off a misdirect every 30 seconds. But even during the opening credits, it's trying to misdirect you.
Yeah, you don't know what the hell's going on, and that's what I mean.
Um,
They've now by introducing Taiko, you're just like, what the hell she got to
it's
do with
it's
us?
like
And where
it's
does she
another
fit in?
character. She's a complete mystery when she comes. It's almost like during the first couple of episodes she's in, you spend, instead of watching what's happening, you're trying to
Yeah,
spend half your time piecing together where she's come from, who she is, where does she belong
well,
in this
just
story.
answer Phil here, mate. We had to put this back a week. We had to actually put my head was exploding, and I thought it was just lack of sleep and being busy and stuff. It didn't. I watched the last 4 episodes early this morning, and I'm no wiser to what this is about. It's it's craziness, and but then again, is this part of the?
Mm.
Is it the paranoia to make you paranoid about you don't know what the
It's
hell who's doing what?
that's right. Paranoia agent. Is it the name of the anime, or is it what the anime? Is it what the anime is?
It is
It.
an actual paranoia agent to twist your brain to try and make you think who's you're glancing at every character going it's you, but it's really you. And even we've got somebody sitting in a jail cell right now with
It's like it's that
boots and a
person.
baseball bat.
Even though they've proven it's not that person, it's that person. That's the twist. That's the final twist in the end. Oh no, it's not. It's an it. This story is far too overcomplicated for its own
Yeah,
good.
because
I'm
we've got
literally
this.
I'm rubbing my forehead at the moment.
Yeah,
I've got a headache coming on.
because we've got
Ah,
this backstory that it turns out Taiko and Tsukiko were at play school together, and something happened where Taiko wants revenge of Tsukiko, and you're just like, where the hell does this come from?
the mind of Satoshi Kon.
Ah,
Like this is from the same brain that brought us Perfect Blue and Paprika.
I can see it with Paprika. I can definitely see the.
There is like it's Paprika came after this, all right? Because it's like he
You can
did,
see the beats, but
yeah.
he's calmed himself down a bit. He's
But
got this out of his system.
it's like what happened to him between like Perfect Blue, Millennium Actress, Tokyo Godfathers, which is a brilliant film, but it's not horror, and this. What happened? Millennium Actress is like a series of short stories. That's
The
not
only
horror.
thing I can say,
He did it's like horror, two really nice ones, and then this.
I just think he's one of these people. Clive Barker's the same. His brain
It's
is going 100 miles an hour, and he has these ideas, and he's a fear in him that if he doesn't get them down, he'll be
Mhm.
lost.
I mean, don't get me. I mean, in my own. I mean, like this, like I say, if you watch this, you need to wait at least a year before you watch it again.
Mhm.
But all the same, I love the threads. I love the knots. I love how
I love
every
the
time
characters. The characters
like
are brilliant in
like
this.
every time you watch, like, because the episodes are so fragmented and so like separated, every time you watch it, you will find something new in each and every episode.
Yeah, because there's too much.
You can't process it all, and that I think that's why this is so tiring. It's
But
like
also,
why you had to turn around and go like, yeah, we'll do this next week. I can't possibly watch any
yeah,
more
I'm
of
not. My
this week.
brain's just shut down and give up. But also, you're
Yeah,
trying to connect it. There's a story here, and you're trying to connect it. What the hell is this leading to? Um,
right.
then we find out that Taiko, um, is Hirakawa's daughter, or not Hirakawa, the reporter. No, it is Hirakawa.
Yeah, it's
It is the cop, the bank cop.
the bent copper's
Yes, that's right,
daughter.
the bank cop. Sorry.
Because you know the bit where she's looking on his PC and she finds pictures of herself
Yeah,
changing
because
and
she goes
things
into her
like that.
dad's office.
Right, yeah. And she goes into her room and she finds the hidden camera. I'm gonna do Hirokawa a massive here. I think that camera was placed there by the mob. In order to make more money for this debt that he's got.
Oh, that would be a blackmail thing.
Yeah, because you see that not so much as a blackmail thing. They forced him to have that camera. The camera's been put there. They've given him no choice. The camera's put there so they can make money by selling pictures of his daughter. That's as dark as I'm going to go in this one, I promise.
Right. Yeah, I'm still going with
But
Call Me Daddy thing.
that would be the kind of thing that, like, the crime family. We've already worked out the crime family in this is like pretty dark and pretty nasty. They're like they're scum. They're the lowest of the low.
I'm going with the other way. That the fact is they give him enough methamphetamine, which released all his inhibitions, and that other young girl that looked just like his daughter, his thing was with that drug coursing through his veins.
His thing. I tell you, just he loves his
was
daughter. He loves
working
his
himself
daughter
up
far
to
too
with
much.
his own daughter, which is fucked.
Yeah. Oh, he's what? He's it's a shame little slugger didn't kill him really, but
yeah.
But that is why she runs away from home.
Which, yeah, wouldn't you?
I did it either run away from home or commit murder. Fratricide, probably.
Yeah. But all right, you've seen, and that's what I'm saying about the thing, because now we've got Taiko is connected to Sakiko because of a previous thing in school. Taiko's connected to Hirakawa, who's then connected to Marumi, who's connected to Ichiban. Seriously, get the popcorn out and start getting the characters and doing the.
I really wish this series had a marker so you could work out whereabouts in the story these things are
Grandpa
happening.
was meant to help us at the end of each episode, but he starts talking about squirrels in the moonlight dancing on koi.
Squirrels in the moonlight dancing with fish on bicycles and things like that. Yeah.
Bastard. Unless the translator decided just to mess with us, and he's actually sitting explaining, right, at this point, this is who this is, and this is who they're connected, but the translator went,
that's it. If you're like your school, if you're like your time at school was spent learning like Japanese literature and things like that, maybe you'd understand what all these weird quotes are.
Greek philosophy. This is on par with Greek mythology, actually, because every god in the Greek pantheon has shagged another god and had kids, and they've shagged each other, and their kids have shagged each other, and then every so often a random human mortal.
At the end, we get Hirakawa. Yeah,
this is the Japanese version of Greek mythology.
It's
everyone's involved and their fingers somewhere in each other's characters.
It's the fact. I love the fact that it's so the plot is like so twisted and convoluted, and there's so many stories being told, but God, it frustrates the living crap out of me at the same time.
Yeah, it hurts your brain. This is not an easy watch.
And it's like you can't even like read the manga because there isn't one. Satoshi Kon.
I'm going to get me MVQ level 2 in necromancy.
So that we can
Just
bring
to
him
get,
back to life and ask him a few questions.
get him on the channel,
No,
right?
it'll be like that scene in Dungeon Dragons, No Honor Among Thieves or whatever it's called, where they're like, so I get to ask you 3 questions. Yes. Are you sure about that? Yes. What about? I don't know. Falls back down again. No.
That film was bad. See, the director needs the director of that needs slapped and never to work again, because he crashed that movie with his stupid statements. And it wasn't what he was saying. He was just being a dick and thought he was being clever, winding people up. And then the movie turned, and it was a good movie.
Isn't that a common thing in Hollywood these days,
Yeah,
where
they're fucking idiots.
the people involved with the movies push something a little too far and it ends?
Or they come off with stupid statements and start like attacking the fan base. Oh, hello, paying customer. You're a dick. I hate your guts. Don't watch this movie. Okay, we won't.
Okay, fine, fair enough. Yeah, you see,
you're all bastards. You didn't watch the movie.
You see how much it is to get into see pictures these days.
Well, I'm having more. Like I said, I'm frustrated as hell. My brain hurts. I would watch this any day compared to Hollywood shit. Honestly,
there's some really. See, this is my problem. I am an anime fan. I've been an anime fan now for literally 40 years. And there's just so much stuff out there that is more watchable than the stuff that we got on television at the moment.
I couldn't tell you what's on television at the moment. I don't bother. See, with this channel, that's one thing. With this channel, and now with the publishing wing, I don't have time for TV. I have. That's why I have to be really be careful with my time now.
Yeah.
So I am not going to waste it watching frivolous guff.
I was thinking, isn't this your busy week? Have you found time to do this?
Yeah, but that's all. Every week's a busy week now.
Oh, fair enough. Yeah.
Well, in fairness, actually, it's not, because
yeah.
This is finally out, so I can now at least take a breath.
My copy is right here.
It's
I'm going to start reading this tonight.
Do you know what I mean?
Yep.
This is why I've not slept.
See that? Horrific Tales Volume 2 Cryptids, It and Volume 1, both available on Amazon.
Yeah, we can do that. Yoink.
Plug.
I can't wait. We'll be at the end of the year. It's going to be amazing. Honestly, we need to get to the end of this year.
I've only got Volume 2. I haven't even flicked through it yet. I haven't read who the authors are in it yet. Looking forward to 3.
Let's just say, but see, watching stuff like this, it really helps when you appreciate storytelling.
See, the storytelling is great.
Right.
There's just too much
screenshot. Yep. 10, that's what the 10 volumes are going to be. Yep. Right. There you go. Blinking, you missed it. Sorry. Nope.
But stories. See, I love storytelling, just not when they're trying to tell like 4, maybe 9 stories at the same. Because it's like every single character has a story. They're all woven into the plot. So even though they aren't in it, there are mentions of, even though they don't appear in it, there are mentions and hints towards other characters and other plot lines in this episode.
Yeah.
Which is basically about the old woman and basically
the scene family. Of the first episode.
Yeah. The scene of the first episode and her family. Her son, her son, Hirokawa, and her granddaughter, Taiko.
Yeah, and you're just like, what the hell?
And it's just like, Blair. There's just too much in it.
But she finally meets Medora, her granddaughter, again, because she ends up falling in the river. And that happens. But we don't see how. That's right, because it jumps later on. That's the time jump thing.
It's like
she meets Hedora coming out of the hospital. We don't know how she gets into the hospital. And then Taiko loses her memory and becomes a blank slate.
I remember Taiko decides that she has had enough of life and therefore she's going to remove herself from it. And she jumps off the bridge. But while she's standing on the behind the parapet. She's standing on the opposite side of the parapet of the bridge, about to jump, when she sees the old woman hanging from a girder because her tent has been destroyed by the storm.
Yep.
And the two detectives are there, but the old woman is nowhere to be seen.
Because she's in the river, and then we see her go
Because
underneath.
because she slips into the river, and I think Tycho loses her grip and falls in. But it's like Tycho. Oh God,
we'll miss the bit with Tycho. Something happens with Tycho. Little Slugger appears.
Yeah, little basically toward at the end, Little Slugger attacks Tycho, and she's in hospital with her like purer than pure, whiter than white father sitting next to her. You know, the police officer.
Mm.
Fill in the rest of the blanks yourselves. And he basically sits there, and when she wakes up, he's like, "I'm so glad you're alive." And so says, "I'm glad I'm alive too." By the way, who are you? Because she has totally lost her memory.
Mm-hmm.
But that's the thing about Little Slugger. Little Slugger only appears to people who want help. And she, because of the things she's found out, because of the things she'd seen on her father's computer, because she found a hidden camera in her bedroom wall, she wants to forget about it. And so she has.
Mm-hmm.
But it's kind of
once again, Hikara is in the cell right now. So how did Little Slugger appear again? You know, I mean, this is where it's like, what the hell? And then we'll go to this is a weird one. Megahertz is a weird episode. This is like
so this isn't saying, by the way, that every other episode is a weird episode.
I think it's just a standard now that's weird. But yeah, once again, this is for the unreality of the thing. So Keiko's had a fallen over or something. She's laying in bed, and the police officers, the two senior detectives on the police force, are holding a vigil by her bedside. Yeah, she collapsed as if she was getting hit or something. You know.
Yes, God, at the end of the last episode, when because she's sitting, she's been interviewed questioned by the police, isn't she?
Yes.
And she's kind of like, help me at the same time that Tycho is doing help me.
And Little Slugger appears.
And you see like the silhouette of Little Slugger. He hits Tycho, and as he hits Tycho, as she hits Tycho, Tsukiko just goes through the actions of being hit.
Yep.
I quite like that scene. It's a good scene for horror. That is, I think. Because it's like, are the two of them linked in some way?
But then we'll find out that they are linked because they went to some play group or something together as kids. And Tycho blames her because reasons.
Yeah, but how?
Well, we're not going to find out now because she's had her memory wiped, so we're never going to.
Yeah, but it's like Tycho. Tycho is kind of like Hirokawa's daughter, yes.
Yeah, but that's a whole separate plot line. But the fact is, she's shared.
Yeah, but she's like, she's supposed to be like a schoolgirl. So how old is
But this was when they were young. There was like nursery school. Remember the flashback scene?
That's it. I'm
sorry.
Something
happened, but we didn't get revealed what happened. That Tycho felt like she needed revenge on Tsukiko, and she happened to see Tsukiko in the.
Excuse the rattling. I need a biscuit to get through this.
That's what I mean. I think we're going to the 5-hour stream theory again. It was either going to be 40 minutes or 5 hours.
That's it. It's either going to be like, this is rubbish. This is rubbish. That's it. See you all next time, folks. Or we're going to nitpick every single. It's Alien Romulus all over again, isn't it?
Not as controversial. This is just more what the hell is going on.
That's like totally.
Alien Romulus was two directors fighting each other.
Totally tangent. Sorry about this. Have you ever seen an Alien animated short called. It's called something like
Oh,
Monday
Mondays.
or I Hate Mondays or something like
Just
that.
Monday. It was called Monday. It was just.
That's totally anime, and we could do that.
Yeah, that was great. I like that.
But the thing is, that'd be another 5-hour stream because we'd be dissecting it because it's really good.
It's only a short too. It's not like it's
It's like 5,
20
7.
minutes.
It's like something like 7 minutes long, isn't
Yeah,
it? But I still bet you we'd be here for 5 hours talking about it.
probably because I was
Hmm.
I would make you love the Alien universe again because they're bastardizing it at the moment. I just know.
Hmm.
I have no interest for that TV show. See, there's something I don't feel like I should waste my time on.
Hmm.
The only reason I would do it is to be in, in the loop or in the
Right. I
popular group.
actually think Alien Earth is either going to make or break the Alien franchise, and I'm more concerned about the fact it's going to be. Right. Do you remember when we covered Alien Resurrection?
Mm-hmm.
When the end of it, where you've got like the
They're
synthetic,
landing on Earth.
the
And,
synthetic, it's
yep,
Lamb, isn't it? Like Lamb and Ripley standing on Earth,
yep.
and they're just like looking over like the ruined landscape of Earth after like global warming and deforestation and God knows what. I remember I said to everybody, like, wouldn't that be a great jump off point for a television series?
Yeah, but they're not doing that. They're doing a prequel.
Because it's kind of like Earth has been abandoned, but they've never. The Earth has pretty much been abandoned, but they've never actually stated why Earth has been abandoned. Earth could have been abandoned because of the xenomorph breakout.
But they already cover it in the book Earth Hive.
I've never read that one. I've read some of the Aliens comics, but we're just tangenting. Don't worry about it. It's fine. It's fine.
Yeah, because I need a break from my brain. Earth Hive, right?
I'm having the biscuit. I've never read that. Ooh.
Yeah, basically that it is what it says in the tin. Earth, there's a alien hive on Earth, and basically,
Like the only
Earth
books
gets
I've
created.
the only books I've got are Alien, Alien 2, and Alien 3. Oh, sorry, Alien, Aliens, and Alien 3. I liked Alien 3. I like the book better than the film, but I do like the film.
There was a good movie in there. There were go back over. Right, we're not doing that for North 3 hours. We'll go back over with they're on the channel.
That would add at least an hour and a half to the stream,
Yeah.
wouldn't it? Right,
Each alien reviews minimum 2 hours. That's how sad we are.
apart from Romulus, which was like
Which is
5 hours straight, and one of the people reviewing it dropped out halfway through because he didn't like the things we were saying about it. No names will be mentioned.
Well, you can see it in the stream anyway, because there was 5, then there became 4. Right. So we're on the megahertz. This is still dealing with the fallout.
I'll get this biscuit down as quickly as possible.
Because Tsukiko did her falling over thing as Little Slugger hit her as well as Taiko. They're effectively, she's on a pallet and they're like kneeling beside her. Like, this is all weird for.
It's almost as if they're treating Tsukiko as some kind of like religious artifact.
It
with
makes
the
sense at the end. That's the thing.
Day.
It makes sense at the end as what's going on, but at this point, you're just like, police officers wouldn't do this. What the hell is this? Kozuka, who's that
the thing is, you're sitting there going like, what is this? What the hell is this? Yep. The answer is every other time we've asked that question is it's Paranoia agent. I mean, that is
that's the theme of the show is to make you I mean, it is Paranoia agent. It's like, and then you start to think, what is the Paranoia agent? Is this something in the air? Little Slugger or is the Paranoia agent?
I think Tsukiko is the Paranoia agent.
Well,
because it is never actually explained who it. Right, it's never explained who or what the Paranoia agent actually is.
It is in the last 2 episodes.
I must have numbed out for that one. I was probably chewing off my own leg or something.
But the whole way she's been treated and everything, it just makes no sense.
She's got what in the
who's
in
Kozuka again? I can't remember. Kozuku. Who's Kozuku?
He's the younger detective, isn't he?
No, that's Minawa.
Oh, hang on, just a minute.
Who's Kazaku? Why have I only made one reference?
Makoto Kazuka. Motoko Kazuka is the 8th grade student who has been arrested because
Oh,
they
right.
think
Yes,
he's
sorry.
little
Yes,
sugar.
he's the one that thinks he's little sugar.
That's all right. His name didn't click with me either.
Yeah, because we called him something else. I'm like, oh, right. Sorry. Right. Yeah, he's in his fantasy land, but he's still being held. So he couldn't have done that. So this is where it just goes wibble as
Yeah,
well.
because it's like he's he's still in custody, but people are still being attacked. But they seem to think the people who's still attacking people is just a copycat.
But then they're starting to think he's a copycat. And then Manoa is starting to see visions of the old man. The old man's just starting to randomly appear, like manifesting.
Manuel has a problem.
Well, we'll find out that Manoa does have a problem because, yeah.
He does become one of the heroes. He's one of the heroes. We just don't realize it yet.
And now we get which is the theme of this episode, we get these radio signals which only Manoa can hear, or people are, they're going everywhere, going. Bzz, 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 bzz.
It's the 60 hertz. It's the 60 hertz hum from Serial Experiments Lane. That's another anime that will break your head.
But yeah, they're proper wheeling into this kid, like, and I do believe he's a kid. And you're just like, he's getting to the point where.
What did I just read? 8th grader. I don't understand these grade things.
No,
so when I was at school, we had like first year, second year, third year.
Yep, 5th year, and then if you weren't completely silly, you went
fifth year, and then it was like you say, it was either sixth form or college.
Yeah. Or the YTP.
Yeah, I went to college.
Yeah. I couldn't go. I had to go to college because I couldn't go back and put on school uniform again. Once I did enough back to school.
That was it. It's like
I'm not going putting on a uniform for another year when I don't have enough. Go and deal with teachers.
Right,
tutors I could deal with.
This is embarrassing, but I believe in honesty. School blazer and tie is still in my wardrobe in here. It's like I still got my school blazer.
Okay. No, I got rid of mine.
Like, why? I don't know. I discovered it when I was clearing stuff out to put more role-playing games in there.
Do you know what really got my goat? Yeah, another tangent, folks, but it's just, well, do you know what it is? The tangents are basically what our brain
it's
trying to remember this episode and what actually the connection are.
It's our minds healing and reforming the thread so that we can continue. Because it's like the Paranoia Agent. It's like it's like half a dozen really good stories in a trench coat. But the problem is the stories are so integrated with each other, so wound around each other, that if you talk about Paranoia Agent for more than 20 minutes, it's like being hit in the back of the head with an axe.
It is a twister. It really is. What annoyed me was my blazer cost. I could buy suits now.
From less expensive than the school blazer. Yes. I mean, mine's just a bog standard, shoddily made everyday black blazer, and
we ended up with these dopey wool green ones. We used to be able to get the off the rack ones, but then our school decided, oh no, we're gonna have the special blazers now. And
the school I went to, that was a secondary school, is now a science collage, whatever that means.
Yeah. Freaking snobs. That's
still use the same ties we used to use. We had 4 houses.
Oh, you had a separate blazer for sixth form as well.
Oh God.
Because you were, which is even more expensive. But I was just like,
You must have gone to a really posh school. It's
No,
like
I
it
went to
was.
a shit school, but
It's like
everyone
it's
thinks
like anybody went into the sixth form at our school. You just went in mufti.
no.
You
My
just wore your regular everyday clothes. It's
no,
just
no. We're very much. I did not. I was not good. I did not go to a grammar school. I wouldn't. Wasn't snobby enough. But still, even the secondary schools still had that thing about them, and mine's now rubble. Anyway, it was. I think it's
all
a
right.
housing estate now.
See,
It was
I I I
knocked
I
down.
I kind of I agree with like school uniforms because it's like it gives the pupils who are going to the school a sense of identity. It's like we belong to
Do you know
this.
what the reason for school uniforms actually was economically?
Was it to differentiate the toffs from the common folk?
No, but it was actually for the kids didn't have to wear fashion to school. Everyone was dressed the same.
I remember one hot summer while I was at school, there was a massive assembly with all the students in. The headmaster banned girls from wearing heels because it was poking holes in the tarmac because the weather was so warm.
Yeah, but that was supposed to be the idea that it wasn't that basically that poor kids didn't feel put out with the
Hmm.
slightly richer. You know, way school you got schools some were slightly richer than
Oh,
others.
so it's like if you've got some if you're there wearing like Dunlop trainers and your
Yep,
mates wearing like Nike Adidas, you don't feel put out.
yep. So basically, where everyone wore the same school shoes.
So I used to wear
That was the
Dunlop
plan behind it.
trainers. I've got no shame.
Yep. Okay.
But anyway, I mean, the closer we get to the
I don't
end,
know why it's making me think about school, but
the closer we get to the end, the more tangents we're going.
yeah. So effectively, because like, they're beating the crap out of him now and like shoving him about and shoving him on the
Hmm.
floor, and uh, Kari is just going mental. Like he is playing bad cop to the extreme. Maniwa is seeing visions of the old man. He's just appearing, and now we're getting radio signals going about the place.
They're both losing the plot for different reasons.
Yep. And then you know you're in trouble when your boss goes, "Here's your leave form. Go away for a week. I filled it out for you."
You got to be honest. You can feel kind of jealous about that, can't you? It's like, here, go on holiday. But yeah, it's
So Manoa is cracking, even though Carrie is like gruff and bad tempered, he's the only grounded character in this entire. He's the only one that's actually on the physical realm,
mm,
and his brain isn't twisted. He's the one that's the sort of straight man, if that makes sense.
yep.
And he's getting fed up with the whole thing. He just wants to
He,
get on with his job.
that's
This is
just it.
taking too
He,
much
he, wa-
time.
he wants to close this case up and he wants to get on to the next one because he's sick to the back teeth with this one.
Yep. But then Kazuka,
What right before you say anything, what did this throw you? Was it a curveball?
not after last episode,
Mm,
because, like I said, both Taika and Sakuku were attacked, and Kazuku's in jail, essentially.
mm,
He's in custody in the police station, so not really.
Because Kazuka is sitting there a bit swollen, black eye, bleeding a bit from his interrogation, shall we say. And all of a sudden, there's the sound of inline skates and the shadow falls across him. Oh, no, wait, the door pops open, doesn't it?
Yep.
The door pops open and he walks out, and then the shadow falls over the sign of inline skates.
And you're just like, okay, right.
It's our good friend, Little Slugger. Andy.
Doesn't like impersonators because Kazuki didn't call for him.
Yeah.
Kazuki still thinks he's on his holy quest and he's, in a dungeon or something.
And Little Slugger just comes up and beats the brain out of him. At which point there's a chase scene, which ends up with Little Slugger just skating through the wall. Skating through the wall.
But this is the bit that. What are we in? 8 episodes now.
We've only got.
We've only got
5 more.
When I have Canary and Manawa prostrating themselves, apologising and resigning, if
That
that
is a
happened over here, there'd be a massive cover up.
that is a real thing.
Yeah, yeah, you were
The,
mentioning about the Prime Minister,
Japanese
yeah.
are very good at taking responsibility for things that go wrong. At least nowadays, though, they don't have to cut themselves to ribbons for doing it.
We need a bit of that over here. I am sick and tired of, sleazeballs that just lie to your face and everything has to be a
Can,
cover up. And
can you imagine the kind of chaos the country will be in when every single member of the current government has to resign, and the
people,
opposition, and most of the parties,
all of them.
the
That's why
police?
I don't like politics because they're all the same. I don't like any of them. The worst, the worst
Mm,
people seem to want to do that job, and the people that shouldn't be doing that job are the ones that
mm,
want to do it.
mm.
Messed up. It's the same as media. The worst people go into media, like
Yeah,
mainstream
yeah.
stuff.
I think to work in media, you've got to have a nasty streak.
Yeah, that's why I don't. I wouldn't.
Because you read things in the press and it's like, Jesus Christ, why would they write that? Or why, or who, or like who would take the pictures of people when people are suffering like that? And I wouldn't be able to do it.
No, but even them on each other, the minute they get a chance, they're instantly.
Oh yeah.
Um,
Oops.
that's the thing. You don't see too much of that on YouTube.
Mm,
Now, there's bigger ones, and there's some ones that do drama
mm.
farming. That's their entire content base. But
Oh
see
yeah.
if you don't see if you don't watch them particular channels,
Jeff,
you've none of that shit here.
yeah. But it's like the press. You can't. It's like the press. You can't avoid it because it gets everywhere.
What's That's one thing I like about and just the culture
Mm,
shock. It's still unrelevant, but I have channels that are much
mm,
bigger than me. Reach
mm,
out, hi Colin, do you want to do something sometime? And we'll do. I've channels that are much smaller than me, do the same thing, and I do it to
mm.
them, and it doesn't matter. It's about, oh, I like you, you're cool, oh, we like the same things. Let's chat about it sometime,
Yeah,
and
it's like your content matches with mine. We both like this. Let's talk about this film or this book. It's
and if a few more people watch that channel and this channel, happy days. It's it's a complete it's
hmm,
it's a completely different mindset. But these people actually resigning, taking
hmm,
responsibility. It was
hmm.
me, not trying to cover up or do
Yeah,
spin
and it's
or
like it's not just like it's not just Maniwa. Is it Maniwa? Maniwa. It's not just
Manawa Carey and their
yeah.
supervisor,
Right, yeah,
the
right.
chief,
It's right.
not the chief,
It's
chief's.
yeah. It's not just Maniwa, the guy on the street who resigned. It's like the two or three people above him who
Mhm.
take responsibility for itself. And it's you wouldn't see it anywhere else.
No, and that makes me go. Now, obviously, there could be politics because obviously I've
Mm,
read Shogun, watched the series. I mean, there's people can do that, and we can set up to do it.
yeah,
There's a nasty. I'm not saying Japanese. No culture's perfect. We all have our things.
this is very true.
So when you see the politicking that goes on, that people actually do that, they're being
Yeah.
stitched up. It's horrible.
Mm.
So there's no blinker rose tinted glasses
Oh, it's
here
like
for utopia.
I'm going to say it right out. Politics in Japan is absolutely awful.
I would imagine so
It's
because you've got this extra veneer of this honor system, which can
I don't
be
I don't I
used.
don't I don't think I don't think there's any country where politics is perfect.
It's not. It's horrible. It's the worst. Once again,
Yeah.
it's the job that only the worst type of
Yeah,
person
but this
wants to
this
do.
is this is kind of like by failing to protect this. Like we've got this criminal in custody. He's a criminal because he has beaten people up, right? We've got this criminal in custody. He has died in our custody. We are responsible for that, and the only way we can the only way we can show our responsibility is by leaving this organization.
Yeah.
God, I'd love to see that in this country.
Oh, but we wouldn't know what to do. That'd be confusing.
Again, there'd be no government. Most of the high-ranking police would probably be out of a job.
It's the
It,
councils, the civil service.
so yeah, council,
It'd be
civil service.
empty buildings.
It's like one day government, the next day anarchy. It'd probably be a step up for the country, actually, to be quite
It
honest.
would honestly, it would, because the sort of
Mm,
sleazeballs that we have, either side of the bench, they're just
mm,
horrible
mm,
honking bits
mm,
of kit. Um, yeah, the place would run better.
mm.
That's why anytime we go to war, do you know other armies, the snipers shoot the officers?
Yeah,
They know that if they shot the British officers in the British Army, morale would improve, and so would everything else. So they don't. They know that by leaving the officers alive, that's why they go for the sergeants. Because if, if they shot the officers, everything would get better.
yeah, that's it. The man
So
on
they
the
don't do
ground's
it.
the man on ground's taking control of the army. That's it. The war's winning days.
But yeah, the real kicker at the end of
Mm,
this episode is not just
mm,
the fact that we've now no police officers
mm,
because they've all resigned, the main ones in this.
mm.
But Manawa's the one that has a secret Radio Shack,
Yeah,
and
yeah.
he's
That is.
been
I honestly think that is one of the best reveals in this. That he's like potentially the mysterious radio signals. He is the guy who's been sending them out.
But what was once again you're left with more questions.
Yeah, why?
What are these radio signals? Or is this causing the mass hysteria that
Mm.
people see? Is he telling people to see Little Slugger?
It's like
What?
it's like one of the questions we've been asking has been answered. You cross it out, and as you do, 6 more appear at the bottom of the page.
It's like trying to debug
Oh,
code. That's what you.
I'd say this, but this series probably has like a secret code in it that we're not privy to
Yeah,
it, so we don't understand it.
it's like there's a compendium comes with it, and you have to roll dice, and you get the code, and you work it out, or like a thing on the side of a cereal packet, and then once you do that,
Mm,
you bleep through the
yeah,
steering. All makes sense.
right. As people who play role-playing games, can you imagine if someone came to the table with a plot like this? Everybody would have walked out by now.
Yeah,
Because it's like, whoa. But
you roll the success, you just get told wibble,
yeah,
and wibble makes no sense. And if you fail, you get told another wibble.
if you fail, you also got told wibble, but one wibble is a success and the other is a failure. Whichever way, cross out
Wibble.
one question,
Yeah.
add 3 more to the bottom of the sheet. It's yeah.
This would be a campaign. This would be a full 2-year campaign to
Mm.
go through. Paranoia.
Just thinking about it, I can feel myself going grayer.
I have a funny feeling this should be translatable. What would be a good? Wouldn't be Cthulhu.
Paranoia,
The actual game Paranoia.
actual game Paranoia.
Use this as a scenario.
Oh God, can you imagine it? What game would it be good in?
I was like Cyberpunk or something.
I would say something modern day
Why
or
he
near
doesn't use
future.
those Knights games.
Hmm.
I think a Cyberpunk game would work with us.
There you go, Colin. That's your next job.
Okay. Yeah, because I'm not.
It's like, because he's like, do I want to do it? I've got a headache. Shall we move on to the next episode?
Happy family planning. This is
This
sorry. I was going to say this is a weird one, but fucking that's kind of the standard here, isn't it?
it's like this is a yeah, and it no right. I think
And the sky is blue.
I think what you meant to say is this is a fucking weird one. It the answer to the last note you wrote down, I think the answer is yes.
Yeah, this is
Yeah.
yeah, these are definitely BBC employees.
Yeah, I thought the first thing is like they're these 2 guys wearing Moromi backpacks, pink dog backpacks, are waiting for someone at it's outside a station. I think it's outside a station.
Yeah.
The person they're waiting for is like a, I don't know, 9-10-year-old girl,
Yeah.
also wearing a Moromi backpack.
But the thing, at least that minute, you're like, what the hell? And then they go, oh shit, she's a girl. Let's get away. You know,
She's like she's a school girl. She's really young. Let's run away. Which cut out, which instantly like cut off one direction my brain had gone in.
yeah, because I'm like, oh shit.
Because
No.
it's like hello, are these some of like Hizakawa's friend? Oh no, they're not. That's all right.
Right. Okay. Right.
But unfortunately, she spots them and comes running over.
But it's not that at all. There just happened to be a suicide cult,
That's just it. It's just
an online suicide
they're
cult. So
just three
that's
people
loads
who
better,
talk in
isn't
a
it?
chat room online who want to end their lives together. I mean, it's perfect. I hate the fact I'm going to say this. It's perfectly normal in Japan.
Yeah, there's like suicide forests and stuff and bridges and all. Isn't
Yeah,
there?
suicide forest at the bottom of Mount Fuji.
Mhm.
It's yeah. It's like it's a bit bad in your country when the biggest taker of like teenage life isn't like road accidents or drugs or falling downstairs. It's actually them taking their own lives.
Yeah, it's like I said, you can look at another culture and you can go, I like that bit of it.
Yeah,
But then you understand as well, to get to that bit, you have to go through all these others.
it's
And
like
then they go, are we really that bad?
their entire culture is dominated by success. You've got to be successful. You've got to be the best at school, best at college. You've got to land the best job.
But only one
If you land
person
the
can
best,
be the best.
if you land the best job, you've got to move up the ladder so you can get
Mhm.
better and better and better and better. And a lot of people don't make that. But when the entire society, right, if you don't make it and your entire society has been built around being the best and succeeding, who can you turn around to tell them you've failed?
Nobody, yeah.
I hate that. This country's bad enough at shit like this.
No, but that's what I'm saying. You can appreciate parts. That's why it's good to look. You know, the grass isn't always greener, but you need to look over the fence because there are just people that are miserable and like everything's terrible, everything that. Well, go and look at how somebody else is living. You're all right.
Yeah, but saying that, I did
There's
laugh
always
when
better, but there's always much worse.
this is true. But I must be honest. I did laugh when they're sitting there deciding how they're going to kill each other. Then the old bloke with the bald head kind of like has some kind of attack and takes his last pill of his medicine out of his pocket and takes
Well, all
it.
he had to do was not take his medicine. He was sorted.
I know, right? But it's kind of it's random old bloke, random bloke,
Surfer dude type.
like
Or,
random surfer type dude in his like I don't know late 20s, early 30s, kid who probably hasn't even hit puberty yet.
yeah.
Those three characters who have literally only just met at the beginning of this episode are the best family in the series.
Yeah, and they're also completely unrelated to anybody else. So this has just been put in there, and you're like,
Yeah. It's like this is another one of those episodes where it's like, why is this here? The only link the only link in like every single episode is like Lil Slugger,
mhm.
who we bump into near the end of this. But it's
Yeah.
it's kind of deep and slightly miserable as this episode.
Yeah, because actually they find joy in each other's company. They form
Yeah.
instantly form a family unit, and whatever it was in their lives is forgotten about, and they leave the city, go into the countryside, and are happy,
Yeah.
but they still want to top themselves.
They still want to kill themselves. It's like, how about we jump in front of a train? That's a brilliant idea.
Yeah, but then you see what happens.
Some random.
I love the way the guy's just like,
He's like,
you know,
zoop. Some random beats them to it. And I like the way they're standing at the edge of the platform going like, oh, is that what you look like when you've been hit by a train? Do you know what? I've changed my mind about this. Because you have to remember how you look when you, according to like, remember, Buddhist country, how you look when you die is how you will spend eternity until you are
right. I
reincarnated.
was wondering because we're absolutely
And then it's,
I'm like, when you die, who cares? When you die, you die. You know, that's it. What are you worried about? Oh, that makes sense. Then once
yeah,
again, cultural thing.
yeah,
They
yeah.
were really hung up
Well,
about
it's
that.
like, I love the fact the old guy and the girl run away, and the other guy's just standing there, and this guy climbs out from under the train and is limping away, blood leaving blood everywhere, and bent out of shape, and he's like, "Oh, that hurt a lot more than I thought it would." Clue number one.
Yep, that's true because this is
Clue number one.
Then they decide, I know, we're going to go into the woods.
It's like we're
Gonna,
gonna. It's like how it's like instead of killing ourselves, why don't we catch a train? The amount of joy they have in that train journey.
yeah,
L-
and like, are you just missing the point? Whatever's going on, you you've
Yeah,
got
but
it here.
it's like we're in the country. It's beautiful. All this fresh air. I know. Let's suspend ourselves from this tree with these ropes.
Hmm.
Where they got the rope from, I've got no idea. I love the fact that they're balancing on the pebbles.
But the fact that who was it, Surfer dude,
Yeah,
cut through hers, so she wouldn't.
yeah. And then the branch broke, and they all went running. The surfer dude and old guy went running down the hill straight off the cliff at the end of it. And the little girl comes along and she's shouting for them, and the old bloke's about to shout back, and he's like, "No, no, 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 no! She's too young to do this. She's too young for this. She's got an entire life ahead of her. Let's just be quiet." And she's there crying at the top, and so he shouts out, and she's like, "How could you? How dare you? How could you leave me alone?" And it's just like, what are these guys doing? What are these guys doing?
Yeah, but also, what's going on in her life? It's messed up. Then even Little Slugger's like, nah. He appears and he's like, nah,
They go to
too much for him. They start chasing him.
yep, have a bath. Won't say anything about that. The bloke has an attack. He pulls his bottle out. Still got one pill in it because he takes his pill. And then Little Slugger appears, and they're massive Little Slugger fans, and they run after him, begging him to kill them.
And he's like I said, he's just like,
He's he's straight. It's like rabbit in headlights. That's what that is.
yeah,
My God, he's straight away. But that's the link to the rest of the show. The fact that
yep.
Little Slugger like smacks someone who's at this like inn they're staying at.
But then we get this bit that there's a couple of people, a couple of girls, they're all getting ready to take a selfie.
Yeah.
And then they photobomb it.
That is a great come on, that is a great photo. That is one of the best photo bombs you will ever see.
Absolutely. They're all
That is
like,
a great and then they just keep going, but no one says anything about them being there. That's clue number two.
no, the fact that they start screaming.
Yeah, and then they look at the picture and start screaming at it. That's clue number three.
Yeah. Have you figured out what it is yet, kids? Ooh.
They're all ghosts.
So that's the thing.
Which leads to the question: what? Yeah, but this is like one of the funniest, saddest, most it is the funniest, saddest, most heartwarming episode of this entire series.
But then you think to yourself, hold on, have they contacted each other as ghosts? Or have they already done this and they're going through it again as ghosts? Or how has this happened? But
answers on a postcard too. We'll never get the answers because
yeah,
Satoshi Kon is dead at. See, that's just it. It's like that's just it. That's another half a dozen questions added to the bottom of the list.
why is this episode in here? Because it's not even
right. I've worked out one of the tags for Paranoia Agent is mystery, yes?
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, the answers to the questions the mystery asks aren't as important as the mystery itself.
I think if it was unexplained, it would be ruined.
I think it's one. I think it's one of those things where you don't need. I mean, it's like you.
It's the
It's like
experience, isn't it?
yeah. It's like happy family planning. The thing that I got this is they all walk off at the end laughing and joking and saying how they're going to take. The next thing they do is going to go on the bullet train.
Mhm.
They walk past the vending machine. The camera zooms into the vending machine. It's selling condoms.
Never even noticed that.
Happy family planning. So it's this means you'll have to watch it again.
I would watch this episode again on its own because
See,
it's
that's it. It's like I said, there are episodes that are like they are what you could watch them. You can watch them over and over and over again. But then there are some episodes in this that just make, even within the context of the story, having watched the entire thing,
once
make
I twigged on there were
absolutely
ghosts, I
no
was like,
sense.
okay, I got this one. Yay, go me.
Yeah.
What's it got to do with the rest of the series? Don't know.
Good.
But I
It was
had fun.
it was the bit where the guy climbed back from under the train and was going like, "Oh God, that hurt." I was like, "Ah, ghost story. Okay, yeah."
This next episode I could never watch again, or I could do without. This was horrendous, etc.
Mm. It's there are this one and the second one, Golden Shoes, are my least favorite episodes. Golden Shoes, it's just like Ichi. It's just Ichi's like personality.
Yeah,
He's like he'll never have to worry about having children of his own because his personality is the perfect contraceptive.
yeah, he's just horrible. But
Oh,
then
but
that's
this,
part of the point anyway, because his
yeah,
whole world
yeah,
fell apart.
yeah,
And he was shown up by
mm,
wasn't as good looking, wasn't as rich,
mm.
wasn't as smart, wasn't as popular, but he was genuine, and that counts for what.
That's just
That's
it.
a lesson.
The nice guy will always win, or at least you hope so. I've got to be honest. This one, I enjoyed the gossiping ladies. I enjoyed the fact that you're not going to tell anybody, are you? Oh, no.
I think it would have been better if
Mm.
if say these had been interspersed throughout the episodes, and not a
Yeah.
series. But what I don't get is the wife.
Mm.
Why the hell would you want to join a group like that?
Inclusion.
Maybe this is where my brain's wired. If I see a bunch, I'll try once. If I'm
Right.
getting the cold shoulder, goodbye.
Right. Inclusion. Think back to Hellgirl, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
The view from the summer window, or whatever it was called. The one where the bossy lady who was basically like everyone needed to be friends with
In the neighborhood, yes,
was seen by the newcomer
yes.
having an affair with some man while her husband was at work, and they began to just lay crap on her to the point where the guy came round and assaulted the mother, which is what made the girl actually like pull the thread. Inclusion. Everybody wants to be part of a social group. You got to be honest. The woman, the writer's wife, the new one, looked as bored as all hell listening to their stories. But she was probably just there to be part of the group.
See, if I'm in a group like that, should it be work or something, and I'm not, I would just stand there quietly. I wouldn't try to join in because I understand there's no point. The fact that she's still trying to join in, that's the tragic bit for me. It's like, why would you do that to yourself?
Like, I say she's got no friends. But it's like, I think you're right. Instead of having like an entire series of these stories, instead of having like the old man spouting his nonsense about tulips and rabbits in the moon and bicycles and things like that, you could have had one of these as kind of like almost like as kind of a comedy skit at the end of each episode,
telling the story, the urban legend, and keeping us up to date.
because this during this episode, you learn a lot about the urgent legend of Little Slugger.
But that's the thing. Yeah, because they could have explained, oh, and did you
Mm,
hear he did
mm,
this and she did that and blah. They would have been perfect. Just standing there in that
mm,
little group and then explain the
mm,
episode for you
yeah. Mm.
in gossip language. That would have worked 100 times better than Prophet Man.
I'm kind of hoping someone's written those down and translated them properly so I can actually go in there and have a look and see what the hell he was on about.
Oh dear. Yeah. And then we've got this young lad doing exams, and it just is. Oh, frig, it's been a couple of years since the last exam I took was Prince 2, and I felt the same thing. It was just that course is
Mm.
just gobbledygook.
They,
And all you're doing is reading word salad and regurgitating it. It doesn't actually, none of it makes sense.
he wasn't having a good time, was he?
No, but that was.
But I love the fact that he's there, like reading books every day, every night, reading books, learning the knowledge, storing it. He's absolutely brilliant.
One sneeze later.
What he's like, words squirt out of his ears. He's like that poor kid.
That's
Uh,
I remember exams stress the hell out of me. That's the worst thing, and yeah.
I don't know why it made me think of that scene in Red Dwarf where Rimmer is taking his exam.
Oh, for the 120th
Yeah,
time to get
yeah, and
the second plus.
he's written all his notes on his sleeve, and he just like pushes his sleeve up, and he's smudged everything, and he just looks at it, and he just puts his handprint on the paper, stands up, salutes, faints.
Yep.
That is the thing that popped into my head.
I remember the book where he took LSD before one, wrote "I'm a fish" 100 times. Oh, but that episode at the end, Lister just went and took it, and he became a high-ranking officer.
Yep, yeah.
So, either was it catering or waste supposedly? Just it was some random branch that basically got him the
he
higher
managed to
rank.
get his exam. It's God bless you, Rimmer.
His name is Arnold Rimmer. Without him, life would be much dimmer.
It's like what that song's going to be going in my head all night now. Thank you for that.
You are very welcome.
See, that's it. Red Dwarf, the British equivalent of Paranoia Agent.
Yeah, because I was just out there.
Because that made no sense either.
But the books are even more graphic, which is funny.
I've never read the book.
Backwards, like
I didn't even know there were books.
oh yeah, there's books as well. Douglas Adams, isn't it? The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. I think he had something to do with it, or Doug Naylor.
I
think Doug Naylor wrote them.
I'm gonna damn it. No, I'm gonna resist going on Amazon because if I do, I'll spend money.
But anyway,
I can't spend any more money this month.
We find out how Little Slugger came to being. Where I'm just like, how is this even? What is this fertility clinic also moonlighting as a genetic experiments lab?
It's like, doctor, we've got some terrible news. It's like, what is it? What is it? We've given her the wrong embryo made from the wrong sperm and the wrong egg. And then you get that Japanese responsibility again. Right, we won't tell anyone.
No, that was more of a British response. Burn it.
I love the bit where it goes. It's like we're going to take an ultrasound scan of your baby, which is definitely your baby and no one else's. Why would it be anyone else's? People don't mistakes like that. Yeah, and he's like, my baby's really active. It won't stop moving around. No, because it's holding a baseball bat, love.
Yeah, it's like, what did they mix it up with? That's what I mean. Was there like the genetic experiments section, like next to the normal donors?
It's like baseball bats. Who knew?
You baseball bats had DNA.
No, I've just given myself a horrible mental image now. Oh God, no! I need another biscuit. Oh,
yeah. I came up with what was it? Why was this such a thing? Elephant eggs, whale sperm. Did they mix those two up? spider. Was there spider DNA in there at some point?
I love the back, the bit that when you go back to the group, it's one of the women basically turns around and says, "Don't be stupid. How would you get a baseball bat up there?" It's kind of like, oh, you haven't seen the videos I have. Oh, jeez.
Yeah.
It's
There's some videos like that. You definitely wouldn't kiss the girls after.
it's just like I say, this was it's kind of like, it's almost like I kind of understand this one, because this episode was stupid, but just think how serious the previous one was. I don't know how much difference that would make, being the fact that there would be like a week between these two episodes.
Yeah. So this is what gets me, is I can't decide. It's going really dark one minute, and then it goes super comedy, and then you're like, I get it. There's an urban from this attack. The whole point of the series is, from this attack with Sakiko, an urban legend has spread.
Yes.
But then you're asking yourself the question: how much time? How has this happened? How has it affected people? How can one random attack, which, let's be honest, in the UK, for example, this wouldn't even make the news.
A random attack? No, there's random attacks in every major city every day. Numerous attacks.
Yeah.
But as long as the only way it would make the news is if there was a fatality, or if it involved a large group of people,
or a celebrity, like a major celebrity.
Yeah.
So Kiko isn't.
Yeah.
She only started giving interviews after the attack.
It's right, yeah, but she's famous. She's famous from before, because she's the one who created Moromi. Which, if Moromi is as big a hit, it's like a countrywide hit, a nationwide hit, maybe a worldwide hit. She would gain like celebrity from doing that, because there are plenty of like anime and gaming magazines out there in Japan that that hold, like they do interviews with like animators, character creators, the people who do the voices. There are entire YouTube channels based on that now. So it's like it's like the names of various people in the business are well known. So like they would know of her, but how long it would take the news to travel? Because even if she was like a household name, it would take time for like the news she's been attacked to spread. But like we've said before, there's no timestamp, there's no scale. I mean, it's like every single, 13 episodes, apart from like maybe 12 and 13. It's like most of these episodes could have taken place over like weeks, months, years. There's no way of knowing. God, I wish there was. If there was a timestamp, it'd make so much more sense.
Yeah, and then we're jumping to a baseball game, because obviously they're trying to tie the baseball bat, where the origins of the baseball bat was obviously from a baseball game. And yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I'm lost.
This one is weird. It's basically a group of four ladies standing in a circle, regaling each other with tall tales about Little Slugger, and they get weirder. And Little Slugger was born wearing his skates, holding a bat, wearing a baseball cap. They turn around, no, that's ridiculous. I don't remember the one about baseball, to be quite honest.
I was just a kid, miss. I can't remember. Like, they just kept doing it. But then at the end of the episode, we'll have the wife goes home, and her husband has been visited by Little Slugger.
Yeah, that is kind of it. That was such a weird scene, where it's like his wife grabs him by the lapel and she's shaking him. What was it like? What was it like? What did he look like? Did he say anything?
Because she wants the story. She's not interested in
Yeah,
her
yeah.
husband. She wants the story to
She
go out to
wants the
finally.
story so she can like one up the old ladies. I mean, gossipy ladies the world over. It's like it doesn't matter which country you go to or what they're like, or what their background is, nationality. Gossipy ladies are exactly the same the world over. Men as well.
Oh yeah, there's nothing worse than a workplace with a bunch
Mm,
of old
mm.
men who act like bitches. It's freaking funny as hell. I
Oh
thought
well.
this was a link to the next episode, and
Mm,
then I
mm,
realized when I watched the next episode it wasn't. He just happens to be a
mm,
writer, but he's not the writer
mm.
because the other writer's found in his desk. He actually crawls out to the floor.
This
I
episode
thought the
was
two were
weird.
linked.
This episode was weird as well. I've got to be quite honest. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, Mellow Moromi. So that's the name of the cartoon series that they're basing the Moromi character on. And then I thought they were just
See,
messing with us with the anime.
have we shot back in time, and this is like the original Moromi that she is famous for, or is this like the new thing?
Yeah, and you're sort of watching going, what the
Mm,
hell's going on?
mm,
Until you see that it pulls back and we see that it's on a
mm,
screen.
mm. Yeah, I gotta be honest. I've got to be honest. I think this is where I started drooling.
I was just like,
From
I give up. I don't know. And then I wouldn't surprise me. Oh, right, we're going to do this animation style now, and we're going to do stick
right,
drawings.
okay.
And
Well, we've already no, that's literally this, isn't it? Where the detective ends up in his own little world.
yeah, no, this is Saruda. He's the dog, the sort of
Mm,
gopher in the animation studio, and they're trying to
mm,
get the first episode out
mm.
of Mellow Moromi.
Yeah,
And we've got him driving in the
and
rain, and he's nodding off.
yeah,
And
the answer to your question is yes. They create the new episodes on a weekly basis because there have been times when series have had to be put on hold or moved back or just completely disappear because one member of the production team has fallen out. It's like a lot of anime series. The new episode is literally finished on the day it's supposed to be broadcast, which is why it's such an intense, massively rushed, high turnover, fast burnout industry.
that's insane. Yeah.
It's like back in the good old days when Dallas was massive and Kristen had shot JR and they were flying the tapes into Heathrow Airport on private jets under armed guards so they could take them off to wherever they were being shown from.
The last time I remember it was actually, Peter Jackson's King Kong.
Yeah.
When I remember seeing his behind the scenes stuff, and that's the last time I remember. The actual reel getting put
Yeah.
together, and he travelled with it. It's a big steel case on a trolley. They're actually
Wow.
traveling with it, and you'd think they had the crown jewels, and essentially they did because it was
Yeah.
years worth
Well,
of
yeah.
filmmaking.
Back in 2004 when this was made, it was videotape. 10 years, if this had been made 10 years later, it'd probably be a burnable DVD.
Mm-hmm.
Nowadays with super fast internet, they probably just like mail them
Open
over.
server, yeah.
But yeah, they're working on the series. Most series they are working on the series as it's being shown. Which is why sometimes which one was it? He said sometimes you'll see like a drop in the quality of the animation.
Mm-hmm.
It's when they're rushing.
And this, I just thought they were doing this style until I realized, it's actually the animation. Okay, they step back. It's the animation studio.
It's the animation studio.
They're making the first episode. This place is absolute chaos.
It's very realistic.
Because even the office looks exactly like. Do you know what it was? Remember Sherd when we watched the was it Kira the first one? No, Perfect Blue was. But when we watched the Kira and we watched all
Yeah.
the background,
Oh yeah,
and we actually see
yeah.
what the studios were like, and they look to me
Just
they
like
look like hell.
dinky little cubicles where
Yep,
people are there, like they're there with like lights
creating
glaring down
stunning
on
art.
them,
Yeah,
paintbrushes just filling in the backgrounds and
this
creating like
was
god tier anime.
yeah, which is amazing.
Like
Like
it,
because you
like
see people that are too comfortable
yeah,
and
mm,
they produce absolute shit.
yeah,
So I believe that you do need a bit of the best emotion. The
yeah.
best art comes from emotion.
Yeah,
But
it's more these days. It's more or less exactly the same, but instead of being pictures being traced on and drawn onto sheets of acetate, everything's done on a monitor with a tablet.
Mhm. But yeah, this all revolves around Saruda,
Hmm.
and he will start off with him like he's driving to wherever with the one copy of the tape.
Hmm. Hmm. I've got to be honest. This one confused me as well because it kept jumping backwards and forwards.
But this is so he's basically sleep deprived. He's fallen asleep at the wheel, and
Hmm.
he's half in a daydream, half out. So this is really you don't know where he is in the present moment or he's in the daydream,
Yeah,
and that's. But at this point, this would be a confusing episode. But because of the series, everything's like that. So you're just like, okay, right. They might tell us, they might not.
I was gonna say by this point, had you given up? It's like whatever.
Yeah, just okay. Let's see where it goes. Yeah, I had.
Do you know? I hate the fact that there isn't a real coherent thread through this series that you can follow to keep you interested. It's like every episode is a different story, but apart from Lil Slugger, none of them, even like Hellgirl, had more of a link than this.
Yeah, but that's what I said. This is the opposite of Hellgirl
Mm,
because Hellgirl started off episodal and disjointed. Then it really came together in a compelling plot, and I was invested. This started off with like two episodes that were joined together, sort of, and then it just fell apart.
kind
It's
of.
just fallen apart. The wheels
Yeah,
just fell off, and it's just got more and more random and disjointed and more further out from the central storyline because we haven't met the detectives, we haven't met Sakiko in about 3 episodes now,
yeah. Or
which is
is it?
supposed to be the whole crux of the thing. And then again, this is
Hmm,
the first episode of Moroni, her creation.
hmm.
Um,
But
was this
it's
happening
like
at the same time? Has this just been happening? Because we don't know the sort of scale of time of.
yeah. But is it that's it? It's like I don't know.
Yeah.
It's like it's like the plot has managed to twist itself and confuse itself so much that by the time you get to this episode, you're just kind of like sitting there accepting whatever the screen is showing you.
There are four lights.
Yeah, it's like is this where it's like this is like it's like when is this set? When is this set? Is it set? Like is it set? Like is this the first Moromi, the one that what's the name is famous for? Yeah, because if it is, it's before all the problems that have happened that have caused Lil Slugger to appear in modern times, but it's later than the first appearance of Lil Slugger 10 years ago when she was
Mm-hmm.
a school kid. So what's Little Slugger doing in this one? Because he shouldn't be there because it's set between the two appearances of him.
Yeah, but also of the did Moromi start out as a cartoon, or is this a cartoon being made of Moromi, which is just a random character like Hello Kitty,
No, because
just a random?
no,
We don't know either.
right. We know Moromi is kind of like the character that she created.
Yeah,
Apart from that, the answer is whichever word pops into your head first,
yeah, because it's like
because it's like paranoia agent ain't gonna answer any. Right. By this time, we've worked out Paranoia Agent isn't gonna answer any of our questions. It's like Prime Minister's question times. You can ask as many questions as you want, but it's only going to answer the ones he's been told to.
Yeah, you're going to go around the houses and in circles.
Yeah.
Um,
The answer is we don't know.
yeah,
we don't know.
but also Sonuda would be better working, or Sanata would be better working in an ice cream parlor
I think he did
or
quite
as
well.
a security guard. He'd be a lot happier. Why is he in
Yeah,
this environment?
yeah. He should be the one. He should be the one who's guarding the building sites.
Yeah, he'd be a lot happier.
Mm.
But anyway,
Yeah,
this is
a nice simple job.
yeah. My favorite saying is here: "Pride of a human, but the brain of a monkey." I love that.
There are so many places we could use that one.
Yeah,
That is like that sentence is totally free real estate. I actually might use that I might actually use that as my on my family coat of arms.
yeah, it's
Mm.
they're trying to get this episode out, and Saratoga just keeps messing. The fact that they're relying on the idiot to pass on vital information is stupid in itself. Consider the fact we're introduced to all the directors and managers, and you're like, well, what the hell do you do?
Every single staff member and every single one of them seems to be working against each other.
It's
We're going back into
insane.
we're going into politics again, aren't we?
It's if this is anime politics, it just doesn't make sense.
Some of the names of those animators looked awfully familiar. I'm gonna have to watch this one again and look them up. Because I've got this horrible feeling that the people who are mentioned are actually some of the people who worked on Paranoia Agent.
It wouldn't surprise me. It's like a fourth wall break.
It's the kind of twist that they do in something like this.
Yeah, just do a fourth wall break, and we're meeting the team, and then they're explaining why the series is the way it is because it's all Serrato's fault.
That's
the answer to sitting in this.
Whoever that guy is,
he actually
Paranoia Agent is his fault because he managed to deliver all the tapes in the wrong order.
Yeah, and he just does all this random shit and messes with everybody. But at the same time, why would you give the important job to him? You know he's useless.
Politics.
You would do it yourself.
Yeah, or either that, or you'd hire a professional courier to take it.
Yeah, you would do it. You would go and speak to the person yourself. You wouldn't tell him if it's just the whole thing. But then again, I've been in the workplace long enough. It's like that in the real world. People just don't. They just don't.
It's into office politics.
Yeah, not even just anywhere. It's weird. Just if people just knuckled down and did what was in front of them,
everything would get done.
It would just life would be easy. But it's like people deliberately generate drama for whatever reason, and then if people do have a bit of conscientiousness, they're the ones that get everything heaped on them, and then they break. And then it's the world annoys me. But yeah, this is just I would have lasted a day, and this place now has just been I'm out. I wouldn't even have. It's horrible. But just the way they're working, it's like how the hell does anything ever get made?
I don't know, but I'm glad they do.
Yeah. How long does it take him to actually fire him? That's the thing. It's like he has practically destroyed the whole production single-handedly.
It's like it seems like it seems that everybody's beaten up or killed or knocked out by a little slugger, and he's just like walking around in his own little cloudy world. It's his own little world of sunshine.
But I love the fact that was there about 3 corpses that the script's okay, they're taking out the corpse walk on.
That's just it. It's like what Kaney or whatever her name is. She's lying there flat on a bench in a pool of blood, and it's like, oh, she's been working hard. She must be asleep. I'll just take this, picks it up over, tiptoes out.
Yeah.
Because reasons. It's like, why? We'll never know.
But the fact that it skips, so what was it? Yeah, he didn't tell the art director or something that, and she's sitting with all this pile of work of going, this is going out today. No, next week.
No,
No,
next
today.
week. No, today.
I haven't done any of it because I wasn't told.
It's very. I tell you, it's very real. It's very realistic. This is the way animation studios run.
That's mad.
It's like
It's mental.
it's like whoa. It's like totally unrelated to this. There's an animation company called Mappa, who last season released an anime about an overworked anime studio where Mappa is famous for cracking the whip. Lots of people are like, too close. That's it's too close to home. That is no. It was brilliant. But
so like we know we're doing this to you. Now we're going to make you.
Yeah, it's like now we're going to do a comedy about it. Yeah.
Yep. The fact is that we'll go back to this because Saratag gets fired. He goes mental and kills his boss. He nicks the tape and then he's going to drive to the studio anyway so he can be the hero. And everybody at his work is dead.
It's like,
and you're just like,
why? 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 Because it's Paranoia agent.
Yeah, and it's just gonna
twisting the knife just a little bit more
in your brain.
Oh,
I'm glad it's not just me. I was honestly feeling like I was like extremely stupid.
I'm pretty sure that watching this has rewired my brain in some way, you know. And I've seen it twice now.
It does what it says in the tin anyway, because you do start going, am I making things up or do I know how to think properly anymore?
I finished watching like the last 3 episodes of this, put my tablet down, turned over, and had the greatest night's sleep I've ever had just because of mental exhaustion. It was like I didn't get any of it. And that was it, and that was it until like 10 o'clock the following morning. I slept through my alarm.
I can, yeah, that's what I'm saying. We'll have to put this back awake. I hated having to do it. I've never had to message anybody before and go, I can't do this tonight. I physically can't talk about it. I'm not taking anything in.
No, if you're not in A1 condition, there is no way you are gonna be able to absorb this.
I had everything done last night. I had a lovely night's sleep. I was up 8 o'clock this morning. And I mean proper like, oh, I'm awake. No
you wake up in the morning, you sit up in your bed and you think, wow, I feel absolutely great. Instead of like opening your eyes and being like, ugh, and closing them again.
I mean, that was this morning. I watched this and by lunchtime, I was like, I've done a 6-hour shift to work.
Simply because of the complexity of the story. Simply because of how much they have packed into the 13 episodes of this. No anime should be this tiring. Sometimes you'll watch something really boring. You'll look at your watch and you'll be like, oh wow, this anime has only been going on like 10 minutes. Jesus,
that's one thing this is not.
I've got another 20 minutes of this, and then you'll sit down and you'll watch like another 10 minutes of the anime. Then you'll look at your watch. I've only watched 5 minutes of this. Time's going backwards. There are plenty of series that do that. This didn't. The episode, not one single episode in this dragged. But it was kind of like you've got like 20 people standing in front of you trying to feed you spaghetti.
And you're just
it went in, but there was no way you could see all of it in just one sitting.
Yeah. And the fact is, you have to pick the right strand of spaghetti because it's all linked to the plates.
Yeah.
Because it's not just a spaghetti in one plate. That spaghetti in plate 1 needs spaghetti in plate 5. The one strand that it goes.
I actually think this is designed to be watched more than once, and you're supposed to focus on one particular storyline and follow it through.
I can see that
instead of trying to take everything as one huge one huge ball of spaghetti. You're supposed to eat it one strand at a time. Will I try and do that?
No.
To be quite honest, no. I've watched this twice. I think I deserve watching
That's
something nice and chill and
yeah,
friendly and
something
fluffy now.
fluffy. I hope we get something fluffy next because honestly, yeah. But anyway, he gets visited by a little slugger
Mm,
who is the fact that he's skating along at the same speed as a
mm,
car and making him bash into the
mm,
wall
mm,
sort of
mm.
hints
Yeah,
that maybe little slugger isn't human.
but why does he look like so much like Kuroto or whatever his name is?
That's what I don't know
Mm,
because he
mm,
looks
mm.
exactly like Kuroto, even though he's killed
Yeah.
Kuroto.
It's I've got like as far as chase scenes go, it's pretty good. It's a good chase scene.
Mhm.
There's some good moments in it.
But I love the fact
He
that
dies anyway.
yeah, but the tape's okay, so that's all right then. This episode puts
Yes,
out
everybody gets to watch episode one of
Mellow Moromi.
Melomarone. But I do love the bit in the beginning where it's like they're not actually like the voice actors are there. They're not dubbing to the anime. They're just like I can't remember what they're called. It's like they you draw one picture, then you draw another picture, and then it's the job of like the animators and the in-betweeners to fill the gaps between the two pictures. And they're actually using like the guideline pictures instead of the anime because the anime to dub it because the anime is not ready yet. And I'm like, this is so realistic. Wow, this is great. Did this get Satoshi Kon in a lot of trouble for doing it this way?
Probably.
It's yeah, it's
So then we go to a no entry. And this is where it comes back
hmm,
to our original cast, our characters. And this has all been everything around this has all been this one episode, getting ready to air as part of this
yeah,
whole Mellow Moromi craze or
yeah.
whatever.
Because I've got this episode starting. I'm like, why are all these people still here? What? Huh?
And then we have just more about Little Sugar Nut and Growing. But
Hmm,
that's the thing. Now we meet Masai, who's Carrie's husband, Chief Carrie's husband.
hmm,
Or sorry, Chief Carrie's wife. Chief Carrie is her husband, right?
yep.
And Little Slugger is coming for her.
I like the way she manages to fend him off with the power of droning.
The first person actually to speak to him as well, this
She
whole
is because
series.
the most we've had out of most people is either gasp or scream, but she actually has.
Mhm.
I'd say it's quite a one-way conversation, isn't it? Because he's the one doing the grunting and screaming instead of the victim.
Yeah, it's an odd one. So we now know for definite he's not human. He's an invocation of some sort.
Yeah, because it's like little. It's like from what the things that you hear, little slugger isn't so little anymore.
Hmm. But you see him standing behind the shadow, the
Yeah,
paper
behind
print
the
screen,
screen. Yeah.
and he changes in size and gets bigger and that. So he is an entity. He's been summoned, but
Mm.
he can't fulfill his function because she won't allow him.
No, because she's changed. She's changed her mind,
Hmm.
and she's decided that she's going to stay with her husband through thick and thin until the end.
So this is a direct result now of him resigning from the police. He's now working as a security guard, and he's doing like running from site to site. Just
Got to be honest. He seems a lot happier as a security guard, though.
yeah, because he's just all he's doing is plugging away and working,
Yeah,
and
I like the fact that the guy
because
is
he would have
worth.
lost his pension.
Yeah, he'll have lost everything. I like the fact that the guy he's working with is like some ex-con that he captured years and years ago.
Hmm.
Probably one of the best characters in it.
Yeah, but that was a sort of showing of maybe that needed to happen. Now he's straightening out his life, and he's a
Mm.
lot happier too. And then basically, what were enemies, cops and robbers, are come to an understanding
Yeah,
and a mutual respect there.
I like how he was talking about in his childhood. He always wanted to be a police officer, so he could catch, like a proper old fashioned thief with a mask
Mhm.
and a burlap sack over his shoulder. But by the time he got into the police, those kind of burglars didn't exist anymore.
Yeah, and the fact that he was an old-fashioned burglar, and even the burglar's like, yeah, it's all changed now. I wouldn't even know where to start. Come back into it. I wouldn't want to. So this is what I do now, and I'm happy. Then they go for a drink and food together, which was
Yeah,
nice.
which was
It
great.
was,
See, there's no such thing as old enemies. It's like there is. I love the fact that like they used to be like on opposite ends of the law, but it's like the respect for each other is still there that they can be friends.
but I think there almost is a bit of that.
Yeah.
I think like I think there's a difference between little thug rats and stuff, but actual career criminals understand the business they're in, and
A
there isn't
lot
like
of,
a hatred there.
I think but I think it's like the day of the gentleman thief is gone.
Oh yeah, it's everyone's a scumbag now. We're in a time where everyone's at their worst, and the thing is, there's no reason for it because we're at the best time ever. In terms of the ability to feed, clothe, we've got the technology. We should be at the happiest time. Yet for some reason, we're not.
It's like
It's
everyone wants more above their means kind of thing, isn't it? So it's like you've got people out there taking the things they haven't got from the people who have got because they want it as much as the people who've got it want it.
but they don't want to do what's necessary work
Yeah, but they,
wise.
they don't necessarily want to spend like they want the luxuries of life, but they don't want to spend their lives working for the luxuries of life.
But even not having the luxuries of life, there's plenty.
Yeah, this
But
is
for
me.
some
This is
reason,
me being a massive cynic, by the way.
yeah, that's what I mean. We have more opportunity now to live a comfortable life, yet for some reason we're making ourselves more, and we're all part of it, making ourselves more miserable, and it just doesn't make sense. So this episode's just showing that even though Carrie has lost everything, and he's working, I mean, he's lost his status because he's meeting people that he used to have the status of a detective, and now he's showing them like he meets up Sakuku and he's showing this way,
Hmm.
miss. But she's like, "Are you not detective? No, I'm doing this now." What I mean, he's dropped in status,
Yeah,
and those are little bits of sting him. But he seemed to be more settled. He's got a clear focus what he's wanting to
hmm.
do. It's his
It's like
wife.
he's lost a lot, but he's still got the things that are important to him.
Mhm. I should have typed that out. But the statement he gave to his wife when she said, "You'd be better off without me." He's like, "Don't you ever say that again." You know, as long as we're together, we'll get through this.
Yeah,
She won't um have the operation because of reasons and insurance and stuff. But also, whatever's wrong with her, the cancer, what is affecting her mind, so she's actually slowly losing her marbles as well. But she became a proper match, like for Little Sugar.
yeah. She was. She stood up to him. I like the bit where he's basically swinging his bat and just missing her head by a fraction, and she
Mm-hmm.
just keeps on talking.
And then she like appears in multiples and starts like invoking a spell or something. Like it becomes like proper like a battle of wills or of forces of nature or magic or something.
Yeah,
It was a cool episode. But yeah, having purpose, that's what she forgot. She forgot to have purpose in life. That's what was making her, actually speeding on her illness. And that's what we all need, isn't it? We all need
yeah.
purpose.
I say everyone needs purpose in life, because if you haven't got purpose in life, what's the point in living?
Yeah, that's it. It's more than just surviving. It's more than just existing. You need to have something to aim for, and it doesn't. even should that be meeting your friends on a Friday night in a pub, if that's what you work all week, so you can go and do that.
So you've got to have something to look forward to.
If you follow a sport or something, you know what I mean. Obviously, I've got this. We've got our movies. Got right. You know what I mean. I've loads of things, so I consider myself lucky. If that makes
Yeah,
sense, because I've always something to work towards. So I can let go of a lot of things. So people worry about maybe having the nicest clothes or driving the fastest car, etc. I can let go of that sort of thing because that's not my focus. But you need something, you know what I mean? You need something to aim for, or else that's how you end up becoming despondent. Now, I think
yeah.
that's why there's a lot of anger out there and why people just want a cause because they can't build purpose themselves. They need to be told what to think or they need to be told what to aim for. And that's why so many people are just freaking, they're always unhappy. And you can never fix that. They have to do it themselves.
I'd hate that. God, I'd hate that. I'd hate to be in a position where I couldn't think for myself and relied on other people to tell me what to do.
Yeah, it'd be horrible. But also some people that they find comfort in that. But then they're the ones that are always unhappy as well because in the deep of the back of their mind they know that they can't take the next step. And yeah, it's funny how I don't know this series got to be really retrospective. In this episode, that's what kind of there's sort of the buttons it pushes. I've noticed every episode pushes certain buttons. If that makes sense.
Yeah, it's kind of like it. God, even after you've seen it several times, it comes across it comes across as a mess.
Hmm.
It's very messy, but there's a message in there somewhere.
Every episode has a particular set of emotional beats or invokes certain things within you.
Yeah, there's a message in this anime somewhere, but only having seen it twice, I could not tell you what it is. Without a doubt, there is some deeper meaning to this anime.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe if I watch it again next year.
Yeah, leave it. You can't do this too soon. It's too much of a brain twister.
But I do kind of like that. I do like the fact that every time you watch it, you pick up on something else.
Mm-hmm.
I just wish it didn't screw your head over to do it.
Yeah, because I had to go back and rewatch episode 7 to be able to go forward.
Yeah.
That was it. When I messaged you that, I'm like, I can't. I think it was episode 7 I was on. Or six, it was one I had to go back there and rewatch it and still.
It's far too heavy going. I mean, I've seen deep, heavy anime before, but nothing compares with this.
No, it is a unique piece. It's I suppose just warn people what to get if they're going to watch this, what you're getting in for. It's not just a fluffy blink and you miss it because you're just going to be confused. And if you are paying attention, you're going to be confused.
It's kind of like it's like the story for the most part makes no sense. It's a very deep anime. I recommend you watch it. Please don't hate me for it.
Yeah. Stand by for the comments section after this. What did you make me watch?
Finding it to watch it is the hard part.
Yeah. Right, so now we're on to Radar Man, and these are the last 2 episodes where everything just goes mad.
Like everything. If you've been listening in, everything you have learned so far, forget all of it.
Yeah, just throw it out the window.
Episodes now. Yep.
Throw it out the window.
Yeah. Everything, all the theories we've come out with, everything we've talked about so far, inconsequential.
That's the
Totally.
funny thing, isn't it? Because you're like,
It's
why did I watch 9
it,
episodes
it's
to get to here?
it's like what?
So we're now in basically a post-apocalyptic world. Minari is now a fully fledged superhero. He's Radio Man with a Radio Man costume, and he's got weird shit.
Yeah, I was kind of like, poor chap. Obviously, losing his boss was too much for him.
So he's going around the rooftops like, I'm not Batman, I'm Radio Man. But
Radio Man.
he's Batman. Fucking hell.
It's like do you know what I think watching this for a second time may have given me ulcers.
And we'll get a bit of a Matrix reference as well, because he's told to go dance with a bunny.
Yes.
And this is the least weird thing. Like, at this point, I'm just, okay, whatever. I'll just go with it.
It's by this point the series starts to make sense, because your brain has been slapped into like you can't move because of all the tangled strands it's fed you. Your brain has been slapped into submission,
Mm-hmm.
and you're just kind of there going like, yeah, I'm good with this. Why not?
Okay, yep. So it's a dancing. So basically, it's a doll.
Hmm.
She's like Tinkerbell. She's dancing, and he just like, yeah, I'm going to follow you.
Like you would.
Because yeah, why not? Why not?
Because he has now fully transitioned into Granddad's like fantasy dream world.
Yeah, and so have we.
Kuroko's probably still there. It's like we followed him laughing.
Yeah, we're just like la 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 la, and we go. So he follows us. He follows us Tinkerbell
after you
type
finish
character.
whopping it, you can sleep the insanity off. It works quite well.
Just wears your brain out.
I tell
He
you,
needs to run marathon.
if you want a good night's sleep, this is the anime to watch. Don't watch boring ones. Watch ones that like tire your brain out.
Yeah. But anyway, we end up in this place where this guy's making dolls, and all the dolls are sentient or possessed.
They're all like anime girl models, and quite lewd ones at that.
Yep. But he's just completely accepting, and so are we. We're just like, okay, that's the thing.
It's like I've seen anime. It's fine.
But the guy at the desk who doesn't even register Manoa's arrival is making characters of himself and all the cast, and just throwing them into this.
Yeah.
But meanwhile, the girls all start talking to him and giving him information. And we now find out Sakiko's backstory. And you're like, okay.
See, that was the thing. It's kind of like you sat there, and he's like the model, the anime girl models to start talking, and you're like, yeah, fine, whatever. He's there. You look at the fat bespectacled greasy guy, obviously an anime fan, making models of all the cast. You're like, yeah, fine, whatever, yeah, whatever you want to throw at me, I'm accepting it.
The bit where she pops her head off.
Yeah, start to learn about Sakiko's past.
And plugs the wires in, and then they plug the other wire into him.
It's
okay. I'll go with it.
I don't know what the crew was on when they were making this. I just hope you can get it on prescription. Oh my god! It's so bloody weird. Oh wait, it's Paranoia agent, isn't it?
Yeah. And he's going with his glasses, going blip, 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 blip. Got it right, and that's it. He just had yep. I had information inserted into my brain via my glasses, but that's fine.
Yeah.
Jack plug, and now I'm going to go find Sakiko's father and get the whole story. Because at this point, that's still important.
Yeah,
whether
but this is
the truth or not about an attack.
Yeah, but this is it. I mean, you don't need like all the other episodes. You just need the first episode, this one, and the last one,
Yep.
and that's the entire story. It's almost like there are a few bits and pieces you learn through it, but you could totally cope with just like having Enter Little Slugger, Radar Man, final episode. You could say that every other episode of this has pretty much been nothing else but filler.
Or distraction or tangents or brain sort of melting material. But yeah, this is it.
In order to survive that realization, I ate an entire packet of ginger nuts.
There you go.
That's it. I need sugar.
Quarter of a packet of bourbon creams left, but I'm waiting the after the stream.
It's like, yeah, to give you the energy back.
Yeah. Oh, Grandpa finally dies.
A sad moment.
Yeah, but then the ring, Karawa, to let him know. In his instance, like, what, you blaming me for that as well?
Oh, you got, but wait, it was his fault. He was in hospital at the first start. I mean,
But how long has he been in hospital? Because this has been going on for ages.
we don't know. There's no timestamp. It's
Yeah. So, yeah.
Chris says, hi again. This show definitely has a lot of layers to it. Worth it for non-anime fans?
How evil are you feeling?
I'm not that much of a bastard. I can't be.
Dude, this'll hurt your brain. Honestly,
It
that's
would
only,
if you start watching this, every single episode, even the best episode, has got at least 50 to 60 crazy theories in it. It will hurt you in so many ways. I'm not saying it's a bad series. I'm just saying it's far too overcomplicated for what it should be.
yeah, this should be a simple A to B. But anyway, we then find out that Sakiko is manifesting. Which we kind of guessed at the start.
Could she be the paranoia agent?
That's what it's like. Basically, she has manifested. Her manifestation has been so powerful, it's actually went into the psyche of the entire city.
Yeah,
Which then,
because this is the incident 10 years ago when Lil Slugger first appeared.
and this is the point. This is the thing that she put little Slugger into the psyche of everyone before she got attacked again. So the seed was planted 10 years previously.
Yeah.
But this doesn't cover the fact that she's a powerful psychic. In fact, that almost gets glossed over.
You can tell she's a psychic by the size of her forehead. I've seen Akira. But it's like someone someone came up behind Tsukiko, hit her over the head with a baseball bat, and then killed her dog.
But that's not as bad as Kawazu's funeral.
Air quotes after you.
Was that the least creepy photo they could find of him?
It's like close. You don't need a picture. Close casket. It's fine. Is
that how they want to remember him? Or is it the studio just going, you will not forget this character? I just heard that about honestly, they talk about that and I'm like, oh no, that this is a real event. And then show that and I'm just like, that's worse. What the hell?
Yeah, it's that picture. It's like everyone should have a copy of that picture just so they know that life could be worse.
Yeah. It reminds me of Plug from the Bash Street Kids. I had a
Even the,
I had a
even
plug.
even the ears.
I had a plug Toby jug, and unfortunately got broke.
Oh,
I'm raging because I would have. That's
see,
one of the things that would keep with me
being
forever.
being an ex Beano reader, I can be I can be jealous of a plug Toby mug.
But believe it or not, I now want a
Hmm.
Kawazu Toby jug. That would be amazing. Could you
Oh,
picture just sitting? Oh, oh shit! I broke him. He's like, no, that's too much for me. I'm out.
yeah.
Was that the straw that broke the camel's back? You're like, no, I can't even think about that. I'm off. When I said I'd really love to have a Kawazu Toby jug mug,
It's like
you just picture his face, like, and it has to have the
God.
cherry stem going out of his lips.
Oh God. Can you imagine it?
That would be amazing.
Or you could do it even worse. You could have it so that his face is on the side of the mug.
Yes,
His
you're like,
his tongue is the handle,
yeah,
and the knotted cherry stalk just rests on top of it.
just there, and you're like, oh, yes.
If nobody's made them, we should. I think they'll sell. I think they will
That would
sell.
that just out of morbid curiosity.
Oh God. So it's like, oh, do you remember those? Do you remember those joke mugs that you used to be able to get that had like a fake dog poop in the bottom of them?
Oh yeah, yeah.
Something like that, but Kawazu's face.
Oh god, yes.
So as you drink the tea, Kawazu's face slowly comes out of the murk.
Oh god. This
That'd be
has to be
amazing.
one of the best drawn, gnarliest characters I've ever encountered.
He is.
It's fascinating.
I tell you, they could do a series based on him. More than one series.
Yeah.
He's the Moromi we're looking for. He's the Moromi we need. Picture though.
And now we find out as well in this episode that Moromi and Slugger are linked
We
somehow.
do.
And that Sakiko's manifested both. So this isn't her imagination, she's actually manifested Moromi coming to life. And manifested she's manifested the legend of Little Slugger into everybody's brains. She's also manifested Moromi, and everyone. That's why the craze has happened, because she's manifested it.
I go with that. Yep.
All of a sudden, everything makes sense. That why people are gathered around her, set because she's actually manifested all this through some sort of psychic or magical ability.
Because it's because it's like I don't believe that the Moromi that that she carries around with her, that seems to come alive when no one else around. I don't actually believe that's something that's inside her head. I believe she's actually given that thing life. Because if you look when it's hanging out of her bag,
it still looks around.
Yeah, it's like she'll be talking, and then she'll go to the other character, she'll go back to her, to be looking in a different direction, or it'll have moved slightly.
And then just to finish off this episode, basically Masai, she's reaching the end of her life. She's in hospital now. She was going to have the operation, but she didn't make it that far. So she's on her way out, which is really important for the final episode. Oh, what we've got. Are we doing the Discord thing again? Oh yeah.
I've just took a picture. I've just pictured the man himself in there.
Yeah, that is a gnarly face.
That is what a great character. He looks like something out of a Ghibli cartoon, a bad one.
I almost feel like I should get a 3D printer just to make something.
It's got a mask.
Yep. Oh god, yeah, this would be horror podcasting, just wear Moromi masks.
Can you imagine
Or
it?
not Moromi, Kawazi. So this is the final episode. This is where it just goes just off the wall. This is
Mm-mm.
Paprika style, off the wall, end of the world sort of stuff.
It little slugger appears to have turned into Gunge.
Yeah, just a big gunge monster that's
World destroying Gunge that's coming from every manhole, tap, toilet.
it's like an angrier version of the slime of Ghostbusters 2, but it's actually going around eating people. Or if you think of Creepshow 2, you know the tar monster.
it's like the slime out of Ghostbusters 2, but less crap.
Mm. But yeah, Kari decides that he has magic powers now, and he can jump dimensions. So he just takes Tsukiko to get away and jumps into his own dimension because that's the thing.
It's a great little dimension though. It's kind
But I
of
just
like
love the fact that he's been the skeptic this whole time. They just
yeah.
decides now I'm going to jump to his
I like the
dimension.
fact that it's kind of like it's the town, it's the city he remembers of his life, and it's all in 2D.
Mm-hmm.
Because I love the bit where the waitress walks up with a beer, turns into a line, turns the other way. The beer is gone, walks away. The beer is on the table. Didn't walk away, slides away.
Or he knocks a building down, the thing's closed. It just
Yeah, so everything just closes up to become something new.
everyone looks like something out of the 1950s.
It's about right for his childhood.
But what happens now is effectively he's taken Moromi with Tsukiko. So that leaves Little Slugger. So apparently these two are the yin and the yang, and they've been holding each other in balance.
Yeah.
When
Because
one
Little
goes
Slugger
away,
is Moromi.
yep.
So
So Moromi leaving the universe to go into this pocket dimension. Yes, folks, that's what we're in, pocket dimensions now in universes. Don't ask. This started off as a simple kid with a baseball bat going around hitting people. Now we're in.
it started off as a questionable mugging. Oh, we've missed no, is that in this episode or have we missed that?
What's that?
The actual attack on Tsukiko. The original attack.
No, this is going to be because he went and spoke. Manaway went and spoke to your father. We got the backstory, but not fully revealed.
That's all right.
Now we're going to get it all because Manaway is heading his way back to confront Tsukiko and team up with Kari, but they've now jumped into a pocket dimension, and Little Slugger is just running rampant through Tokyo, eating everybody.
God, I wish I had a pocket dimension.
It'd be all right, wouldn't it? Snip it every so often, freeze time or reverse time or do whatever, and just chill out. So yeah, we've got that happening.
It's kind of like the thing is though, it's like for some reason now, Kari and Tsukiko have got this weird father-daughter relationship.
But that's what Tsukiko's basically calling her father. So we think that Kari's done this, but actually Tsukiko has dragged Kari and she's in his psyche and he's seeing what he wants to see, what she's projecting. And then she's decided she's going to go back and be 10 years younger and call him daddy.
That sounds so bad, to be quite
Doesn't
honest. But it's like, but a wrinkle in her plans appears.
Yep. Because Masai is now able to astral project because she's close to death.
Yeah.
So she's like, well, I'm nearly on my way out, so I may as well try and reach my husband. Because she's now got clarity of mind. Because she's left her body, so she's left the illness. And even we see Moromi is getting angry. Because it's ruining the whole fantasy world.
Yeah, because it's like Tsukiko is now happy with her father, and everyone is trying to spoil it. Girl's got a vivid imagination.
Yeah, but the fact is, it turns out that her vivid imagination she's so withdrawn because she's projecting her out, and she's been projecting herself into the heads of everybody that we've met so far. It's all
Yeah,
been Sakiko.
every last damn part of it. It's this entire series is her fault.
So what we have been seeing is she has invaded the minds of these people one by one. Like every
Mm.
story we've seen has been Sakiko in their head, bringing out whatever fantasy, almost bringing them each into a pocket dimension. And at the end, it's like she's using Maromi to do the sort of parts, but then Little Suckers there. So the both parts are bringing out the extremes, and then it's ending up with the person dying and returning to the real world. That's mental.
Interesting.
That is mental. That's what every one of these episodes has been, because we're seeing it right now playing out. Sakiko drags
Mm.
somebody. It just happens that she wants to be the focal character, but Sakiko invades somebody's mind, takes them into this dimension, and this whole shit plays out. And then at some point, the break, and that's when the Little Sugar side of her split personality, which is what Maromi and Little Sugar are. She's schizophrenic with psychic powers.
She's a scary girl.
She's the most frightening thing in this entire episode, or sorry, entire series. She's almost like a demigod with the power she has.
We're back in Elfin Light again, aren't we? With
Hmm?
Lucy. We're back in Elfin Light with
Yeah.
Lucy. See, there's a series you should watch instead of this, Chris. Elfin Light.
Oh yeah, watch that. That was brilliant. But yeah, but it's only Carrie would have suffered the same fate, although she's trying to keep him permanently. But
If it hadn't been for the fact that Mistake came in.
yep, and basically one last chance to say goodbye before she passed, and then him realizing that that's her dead, gone, is what brings him back out, and then the enter the real world and see everything's went to rat shit. It's a post-apocalyptic wasteland.
It's kind of like, what's been happening here? Big cloud of black sparkles. Do you know I can't remember the last fight?
Well, it's basically Maromi comes back and forth with all the Maromis, and then basically the two of them just like sludge each other. It wasn't even like a battle, but they sort of crash against each other, and
Oh yeah, the giant Maromi.
and then all the small, almost like it's guts panel. It was all the small Maromis, and it turns out we either jump forward or go back in time. So the same scene from the very first episode where everybody's like apathetic returns to like the normal Tokyo that we know and recognize of everybody being super intense.
It's like nothing has changed.
Well, it has, because it's actually Keiko's imagination that had put this apathy onto people. They're not living in the real world. They're all living in a fantasy world. That's why they're all like, yeah, whatever. But remove both Little Sugar and Maromi, which is what happens. They'll cancel each other out.
Yeah, because
and dies. This is what brings the reality back to Tokyo. That's back to the real world again. So all that stuff.
But Maromi's gone because everything is cat now.
Yeah, it's back to normal. Everyone's back to gotta work, gotta do this, gotta have my honor.
Obviously, Kiko must have made a new character, and it's a cat.
But people ignored it.
Or something like
matter.
that.
It's back to normal. It hasn't captivated people. It's just like any of the 100 things. If you replay the very intro scene with everybody, that's why I said it was important. Everyone's apathetic. They're not being typical modern day Japanese Tokyo people. They're almost acting like Americans, yeah, whatever, man. This whole thing plays out because of the battle between Maromi and Little Sugar, the two aspects that effectively cancel each other out. This breaks Sakiko's hold on the entire nation of Japan. and then it'll go back to normal. So everyone's being dragged into a pocket dimension by her powers.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, exactly.
It's
Yeah.
I'm tired. It's like
But it's not over yet because
no, because you see people doing their daily life. Everyone still seems to be doing exactly the same things as they were a couple of episodes ago, apart from one.
we go to the end. This time we've got a new prophet. So Grandpa's gone. So now Minowa has taken over the place. And he's the one talking about squirrels on bikes, riding fish
Yeah,
under the moon.
but the thing is though, he's still in the parking lot with a piece of chalk writing out his proofs, which means
It's going to start all over again.
it's all going to start over again. And
Everyone in Tokyo or
with that,
Japan is trapped in a loop.
yeah, and with that horrific thought that it's all going to happen again, the credits roll for the final time.
Oh, bloody hell, dude! That. This has to be one of the most intense. Like, just I've watched some strange shit in my time, but holy crap,
Right. There is everything you need in Paranoia Agent to make an absolutely incredible anime with an incredible story, but it's so jumbled up and mushed together that the only effect it has, it will tire you out watching it, because your brain tries to like sort through all the information that's pouring into your eyes.
Yeah, it's insane. It's, but at the end of the day, it's all one little girl or one young lady's imagination stemmed from her guilt.
Because when her dog died, it wasn't a case of some guy with a baseball bat attacked her and killed her dog. She was that busy not taking notice that the
No,
puppy...
she had cramps.
Oh yeah, she and she let as she knelt down, she let go of the dog, and the dog ran out into the road.
Mm-hmm.
And then she came up with the story. But it's like, I think we missed it out that what grandma
I didn't really want to talk about it, to be honest, because
when grandma told the detectives what she saw of the first attack.
Oh yeah, the iron bar that she actually hit herself.
She hit herself over the head with an iron bar.
Mm-hmm.
There was no little slugger. But if there was no little slugger, why was there a copycat? And when he came up to her, why we meet again?
Because she's that powerful. She's actually. This is the thing. She's actually a powerful psychic that's projected this into people's heads.
Bonkers. That's what she is. Bonkers.
Yeah, but that didn't help. You know, if she was saying she wouldn't do it in the first place, but she's actually projected this. She's actually that powerful, and that's, like I said, the minute those two cancel each other out, the whole fad disappeared. It was like it never happened. And the world is what we would recognize, like if it was set in modern Tokyo, the way people are talking and all. Look at the way people talk in the first. People are like in a dream state in the very first scene, and the fact to replay that as more or less the last thing, reality snapped back, but there's a new prophet, so it's going to happen again.
Oh, my head! There's too much going on.
Yeah.
Yeah, we both recommend this. It's a great series. Everyone should watch it.
If we had to watch it, you have to watch it.
Yeah, that's how it should be. If you don't want to watch it, we will tie you down and force you.
Yeah.
It's just there's just too much information to process. It's just like it's like I say, it's trying to force feed you information too quickly.
Mm-hmm.
It needed a few more episodes so that they could stretch things out.
No, it just needed to stick with the main story.
That's episodes 1, 12, and 13 then.
Yeah. The rest was just, yeah.
There were some
But
great episodes, but it's like the greatest. Right, my favorite episodes were what was it? Double Lips and Careful Family Planning. They are my two favorite. They are the two
yeah, I would
episodes that I will
agree.
take
Yep.
away from
I
this
would agree with that. Yep.
because it's like
They could be their own stories.
yeah, double lips just because of the way it covers the schizophrenia in it.
It was very Perfect Blue. Her.
Oh, who directed Perfect Blue?
But that's what I imagine. Imagine the ones that he
Yeah,
directed as well.
it's like if Perfect. Can you
That's what I'm
imagine?
saying. I can see Paprika being
Yeah,
how he's taken this idea, all the jumbled up stuff, and he's
yeah.
tied it together more for Paprika.
Can you
But I can
imagine?
also see that, like with Double Lips, I can
Yeah.
see the Perfect Blue
I
sort
say,
of.
could you imagine Perfect Blue if schizophrenia and Perfect Blue was handled that way?
Oh,
That'd be one hell of a film.
mhm.
I'd watch it. But it's just like I like what was it Careful Family Planning because it was kind of sad, but it was kind of hopeful as well.
I think it was three ghosts. I think there were three ghosts,
Mm.
and they found each other in the afterlife.
There was it the
It
bit
was
where
almost
the
like their redemption arc. They all did themselves in at different points, and this was them finding happiness.
mm,
But because they're spirits and what they did, they're always going to have that because that's what they did. That was their final thought. Each of them.
it's a bit. It's just a bit where the guy, what gave it away for me, like I say, was the bit where
The train, the
like
guy crawled
the
out.
bit where I love the way he jumped in front of it. It was just like yoink. You're not supposed to laugh at things like that, but I did.
Just
But
nah.
it's just the way he crawls, but he crawls back over the platform and he's limping away, trailing. But oh bloody hell, that hurt a lot more than I thought it was going to.
Yeah, but there you go. Right.
An interesting series.
What is next? That's the question. Shall we do it?
I'm press. I'm scared to find out. Press the button.
Let's do it.
There's Hellgirl 2.
Yep.
Ooh.
Bleach! The movie Hellverse. Excellent.
Oh, have you been looking forward to this one? Or is
I
it
like a
just
wee
because
bit of. I've read some of Bleach manga and
well, I was gonna say, or
watched.
is it the fact it's a movie, which means it's going to be a certain length?
Yeah. Also, I've seen the live action one. It was
I
all
have,
right, but it's very stripped down compared to the anime series.
I have never seen or read any Bleach.
The Bleach manga's actually pretty decent. I read up to 9.
Hmm.
I always meant to pick it up again.
God, how many
But
volumes are there
basically, the
now?
movie. God, there's loads. There's like 9. I read up in the 9th volume, and it still hadn't finished because the movie jumps like flipping. The movie tried to squeeze too much in. It should have stuck with the one story down with the one with the anglerfish.
No, because I've never read any Bleach or seen any, so
All right, okay.
I'm just trying to find it.
You,
I'm trying to find out how many volumes there are.
God, this is one of the well-known ones, Bleach.
I've never seen One Piece either.
I have to admit, I did enjoy the TV show.
Mm.
I wasn't expecting to.
I used to be one of these people who was like, oh my god, no, I'm not a weeb, I'm an otaku, the proper Japanese word for an anime fan. I'm not going to watch these things that, like, the common American ones think are fantastic. I'm going to watch all these mysterious historic anime that no one's heard of. Yeah, I never got into Bleach or One Piece
Like I said, I just watched it off a cuff because
because
I watched it as a palate cleanser. Because that's the problem with watching horror all the time. You need a palate
yeah,
cleanser every now and again,
I
just
can
something
understand that.
completely stupid.
There were 4 Bleach films and a live action one.
Mm-hmm.
A live action film.
Yeah, the live action film I've seen.
Wow. There's a light novel. The light novels have quite a few video games. Hang on a minute. Bleach: Rebirth of the Souls is available on Steam.
Did I not add that?
There's a trading card game, and the manga has been serialized for 15 years. Good grief.
Right. Well, hopefully we might have to slightly change this one then. If this is if it's a standalone movie, then we're good.
I think it is. Right. Would you like to know how many volumes of the Bleach manga there are?
Do tell.
74.
All right. Well, I've read 9 of them.
74.
Me.
Wow.
I think the live action movie, tries to cover all 70 odds.
Mm.
Well,
Oh
up to the
no,
point
that's too
where
much.
I'm trying not to spoil it.
And so if it tries to cover up, that's too much.
Yeah, that's the problem with it.
That's like Paranoia agent levels of information. That is. It's like,
Well, it's not that. It skips. It focuses on one storyline with the angler ghost, and then it jumps.
I hate it when they do that.
And then you're like, hold on a minute. And then it doesn't resolve it because I think they were trying to get a sequel, but
Never worked.
no.
No, what a
So
shame.
you were kind of left hanging. That's why I started reading the manga. And like I said, I got 9 chapters and realized the disjoint between that and the movie. So hopefully this one. I'm coming this, and this with a bit more understanding than you. That's funny.
I don't know. I'm not a massive.
I wouldn't consider Bleach as a
common,
normie one.
Common. It's not normie. Very normie. It could be worse. It could be Jujutsu Kaisen.
Although I feel that way about Attack on Titan. I feel like everybody's watched that one.
Yeah, that's another one that I never watched. I put it on my list of things to watch, but it's one of those things where it's like, when people tell you something is good to the point they put you off it.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was done to me with Attack on Titan.
I found it very repetitive.
It's just small people beating up big people. That's the entire plot of Attack on Titan. Actually, it gets more complicated.
But one has special powers. Like you've got the one young boy that has special powers. Like every one of those type of anime, which I really can't be bothered with.
So I can't do spoilers, but he may not be the only one. Bleach. I'm gonna watch some Bleach. That's it. I'm gonna have to watch every single episode that I can find of Bleach, so that I know what I'm talking about. Spring season's just started. There's too much good stuff out there. None of it at the moment is horror, though.
Kind of find that.
Like horror. Horror is more of like an end of summer, beginning of autumn, winter season kind of thing.
Yeah, to go into the dark, sort of the scary stories.
Yeah, because it's like now it's all kind. It's like cherry blossoms and young people falling in love and comedy and cute fluffy animals and things.
I don't think we're going to run out of things to watch between now and winter.
the tiny little list we've got here.
Yeah, I think we're all right for the moment. But if
It's
obviously as new stuff appears, it'll get added, and this will be a never ending. This
there are
wheel will never run dry.
there are so many anime series out there. The last anime series I watched live was Dark Gathering. The last horror series. And it was pretty good.
Oh, do you have it on?
Good. It's on. I think it's on the list. Dark Gathering.
Yep.
It was good. I really enjoyed Dark Gathering because again, it's one of those things. It's one of those things that kind of like bends more to like the traditional Japanese horror.
Yeah, that sounds good. Well, we'll get around to it sometime.
Eventually.
Yep. Well, there you go, folks. It's only not quite the 5 hours, but close enough.
It's like it's hard. It's 20 to 1.
God's sake, is it?
It's
Right.
right. It's 25 to 1. I knew that this one was either going to be really, really short or we were going to nitpick every single little thing in it.
Yeah. Well, I would know. There you go. Hey, thanks as always, mate. Great to talk with you.
Always a pleasure.
Glad I'm not the only one
that
that was like, my brain was twisted.
It's like, I think when you're doing a series like this, you need someone to bounce your ideas off.
Yeah.
Because if you try to cover a series like this on your own,
oh man, no.
I don't think it's possible.
You just give up.
There's too much stuff out there and in there.
There you go. That was fun. Right. Anyway, thanks everyone for turning up. Sorry for being so long and so late. But there you go. We will be back again with Bleach, the movie.
We will.
Yep. There you go. Until next time, keep up to date with the channel, do the type of things, and remember to keep it creepy, keep it horrific.